Bob Armstrong. I'm the president of the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport in North America. And I'd like to welcome all of you. We have people from, I think, something like 7 or 8 countries today attending, participants. Many of our CILTNA members in Canada and the US, and CILT members around the world, plus other people and government and industry well represented today. We have over 235 registrations. So I'd like to welcome all of you. We have a very interesting program. As you know, we have 4 modules. This is our first module, and our conference is all about how we move goods and people during and after the pandemic. In other words, we try to look at, as an outlook, as we all come out of this pandemic, what's going to change and where are we going? So we've got some exciting speakers. Today we have in Module 1, Michael Keenan, the Deputy Minister of Transport Canada, Rolf Schmitt, the Deputy Director at the Bureau of Transportation, Finbarr Cleary, Managing Director of Celtic Supply Chain Solutions, and Jordan Kajfasz, the AVP of Sales and Marketing, Domestic at Intermodal at CP. So that's our lineup. I did want to show a couple slides, Wallet, if you could. If you could go back and show that a couple of those early slides. So the next one. Okay, I want to, go back to that. I want to thank our sponsors, our national sponsors, CN and CP, the St. Lawrence Seaway Highway H2O, the Port of Vancouver, Vancouver Fraser Port Authority, the Port of Montreal, On Track North America, the Railway Association of Canada, and Landlined. Next slide. I also wanted to introduce today a new CILT international initiative called the International Business Forum. Next slide. This is what's the big idea about IBF? It's to give our members global access and connectivity for members and corporates to develop and grow their business internationally, strategic partnerships with other like-minded CILT members, corporate members, industry experts, and government agencies. Next slide. So what are we seeking to create with the IBF? And by the way, one of our speakers this morning, Finbarr Cleary, is the chair. We're looking at seeking to create strategic partnerships for business solutions and opportunities, extensive networking for CILT members around the world and partners, readily accessibility to governments and their agencies, best practices and industry standards, intelligent data and information. And as you know, today, data is king. So data changing constantly. We want to keep everybody informed. And then a common platform for discussions, events, employment, and business opportunities. Next slide. So we want to get on with our program now. It's a real honor for me to welcome and introduce Michael Keenan, the Deputy Minister at Transport Canada. He was appointed Deputy Minister of Transport on March 14th, 2016. Michael has extensive experience in management, economic analysis, and policy development in the Government of Canada. Prior to Transport Canada, he served as Associate DM at Natural Resources, and he's been with Environment Canada and many other parts of our government. He's done a great job at Transport Canada, leading one of our largest government agencies during a very, very difficult past year. So we're honored to have you this morning, Michael. So go ahead.
Thanks, Bob. And Bob, how long should I talk for? I don't want to go too long here. I take your guidance.
Sure, 20 minutes.
Okay, maybe I'll do it a bit less. So
okay, well then I've got some questions to ask anyway. So
yeah, perfect. So it's a great topic because we've all lived this, and many of us have been on the front lines of dealing with the impact of COVID in the transportation sector for the last year and a bit, and it's been a year and a half now, and it's been brutal. And I wasn't around at Transport for 9/11. I remember 9/11. I was doing a different job in government, but it's in terms of the shock to the transportation system, it's like 9/11, except it's that just keeps going on and on and on, right? And we shut down the air transport sector, and then it sort of slowly came back. But so we are now sort of 15 months after the outbreak of COVID in Canada today. The international movement of people by air is running at 4% of its normal level. So it's down 96%. Now we're one of the tight. We're not quite New Zealand or Australia, but we run one of the tightest borders in the world. So we're at kind of an extreme end, but we're at 4%, and that's all. Like, we're almost shut down our international air travel of people, and that's over a year later. And so incredible dislocation, both in communities, and we've all felt it, and wherever we are. The stress of the disease and like not knowing whether it's going to overwhelm your healthcare system. But beyond that, we've like Canada is one of the, like many countries, has shut down international travel of people. And that we've also worked really hard to maintain the international movement of goods. Most countries have done a pretty good job. And we picked up a little bit of marine traffic from the U.S. when they had problems in terms of just the labor at the ports. There are a lot of people turning up with COVID and stuff. But even then, most countries have actually been able to keep supply chains going. However, the change in demand patterns has thrown them completely out of whack. And so we're in a really interesting situation where now you can see the world turning the corner on COVID. There's a group of countries that already have moved into high vaccination rates. Canada sort of started the race a little slow. We've eclipsed Israel in terms of the number of people with at least one dose, and we're moving very quickly up there. So we think that over the course of the summer, we will be into a position where by the time we get to the end of the summer, where essentially everybody who wants a vaccine will have both doses, and we're on track to and there's a lot of countries that are on track to get high vaccination rates. Big chunk of the world that's far behind, and that is the problem and the issue and I think people are facing that. You can see that in the G7 discussion. So we're coming out of the worst phase. We are working on sort of phased reopening. And in the shutdown, we did things that we didn't think were possible. And I know that at the rate and pace by which we put in place, we changed the transportation rules to assure the health of the transportation workers and the health of the passengers. It was phenomenal. We closed the border. I was involved in the decision-making on closing Canada's borders, and in my 30 years in government, I've never seen anything as intense and as rapid as what we did closing the border. And every government's had that experience in terms of lockdowns, shutdowns, curfews, border closures. We're now beginning the process of reopening our borders, and it turns out it's much more complicated to reopen something than to shut it down. There's more. The unwinding takes a lot more effort, it needs to be done, quite frankly, in some kind of phased manner. And there's intrinsic uncertainty because there's a sort of a global dynamic in terms of COVID, the variants, and the vaccines. So that process has begun, but there's a tremendous number of things that have to be unwound in terms of the changes in the transport sector. We're starting. There's been an announcement last week in Canada. We're starting our phase 1 in early July. Other countries have announced plans, launch plans. The UK had launched a plan. I think there's some deferral of the next steps, but a number of countries are moving along that in terms of reopening to allow their citizens to move domestically and to move internationally. And so I think you'll see over the summer that will happen in Canada. We will be working over. So I think it was a triumph of what, however perfect or imperfect the measures were, the fact that there was an ability to respond and make decisions at a speed that is absolutely abnormal in terms of putting in place systems to make the transportation system safe. Was quite remarkable. And things could have been done differently. You could have changed stuff, but ultimately, I think what we saw in Canada and I think other countries is we were able to kind of keep essential workers moving, essential transportation workers moving. For us, one of the big preoccupations was the land border, because it's like such a big chunk of the economy, food, drugs, medical equipment, and finding a way to kind of keep the land border open to for essential purposes in terms of air cargo, rail, road transport, while closing it to non-essential, ended up being quite a task. There was always a concern that the large number of people moving back and forth carrying goods on the land border could have been a problem for either country. It turned out not to be. And over a period of time, we ran testing programs for truckers, ended up with quite low rates. And I think it speaks to the fact that the transportation industry, between the government policies and their own measures, put in place stuff that allowed the system to roll. There was a few close calls on the ports, and a serious outbreak, in marine shipping, serious outbreak at ports could have been devastating to the supply chains that kept going. So we've gotten to this point where the supply chains have stayed intact from a kind of a production function. They're in chaos in terms of the rapid changing of the rapid demand shifts. There's millions of container boxes in the wrong part of the world. I think it's shocking to see what's going on with the global container rates, the delays, the serial shutdown of manufacturing plants in different countries because of COVID lockdowns has thrown the system into disarray, and the interconnectivity of the supply and logistics chain has really come home to folks. And I think it's going to be for us, it's going to be one of the key issues we're focusing on. How do you get better supply chain resilience from a transportation sector to support the rest of the economy? And what's the right way to kind of to create resilience in your product supply chains so you can handle these kind of shocks when you've got factories closing around the world, you've got some supply chains interrupting. Interestingly, as messed up as the supply chains are, the international transportation system kept running. I think we all were able to find a way to, like air cargo just rolled, and the airlines did a great job repurposing some of their empty passenger planes. But for the problem in the Suez Canal, we had a port strike in Montreal, but for stuff like that, a lot of the international supply chain rolled. The rail cos and the trucking sector. We had it was pretty dicey for a while, making sure that that the rail and trucking system could keep going in Canada, because there was nothing moving, there was no gas stations open, restaurants open, etc. So I think we got that worked. Now our challenge going forward is there is an unraveling of all of this, of all of the measures, and we've got stuff. Maybe I'll do a few. We've got the safety protocols that we use in the goods supply chain. I think we adjusting those for a vaccinated world. In terms of the movement of people, I think on marine transportation, Canada's banned cruise ships, a little bit of a grinding of the gears between Canada and the U.S. because of the Marine Vessel Services Act that required U.S. cruise ships to stop in a foreign port like Canada in order to kind of be exempt from, in order to use international vessels and cruise. We sorted away on that. On the opening of the borders to people, I think it's going to have to go in stages. And it's one where I think the intersection of public health and transportation they've been fused together in the last year is going to continue for some time. And one of the great examples is we pulled a circuit breaker on both the outbreak of the UK variant and the outbreak, which is now called, I think, Alpha, if I get it right, and the variant that used to be known as the Indian variant, which is now Delta. When those things popped up on the screen, we actually pulled a circuit breaker on the limited amount of international travel by using NOTAMs to stop direct flights, and then adding additional measures like on India, we added a requirement that even if you're flying indirectly, you actually have to get a test in your last point of departure outside of India before coming to Canada. And so we had some major problems, major variant importations that were stopped quickly and cold on 24 hours notice. Well, it's the first time in the history of the Aeronautics Act in Canada that we issued NOTAMs for public health reasons. I know it was a sort of an artful combination of the Quarantine Act authorities and the Aeronautics Act authorities. And so there's a kind of a new game in transportation system. We used to think of resiliency to supply chain shocks, resiliency to climate change. Now it's resiliency to public health emergencies and pandemic outbreaks. And there is probably going to be more of these in the future. So it's a whole new kind of vector. Getting the people part of the transportation system back and running is going to take a while. And it looks increasingly like being vaccinated and your vaccination status will be a passport to travel, and there is a lot of intense work on creating that authenticated authoritative vaccine passport. So, and that's an interesting opportunity to go from a kind of a lockdown travel system to one that, as we reemerge, the digital identity for the traveler is going to be absolutely essential, because now, before it was kind of who you are, where you're going, your citizenship and your passport credentials, and there was a lot of work to find, an e-pass travel, the IATA travel pass. And now that work in some ways accelerated because you have to bundle a lot more information with a traveler. It's going to have to include their COVID vaccination status, because that's going to be a factor in your ability to come and go from countries for some time to come. I think there's great work at ICAO in terms of that ICAO standard, and Canada's working at speed building a product, the digital travel credential that will align to that. Other countries have done that. The EU's out ahead, although their system doesn't quite line up to the ICAO standards. So there's a little bit of tuning up to do in their phase 2. And so I think the digital travel identity and the digital passport and that we've been working on before COVID to facilitate the vast move, the seamless, quick and easy movement of a large number of people in and out of airplanes and through airports and through customs is now going to be leveraged to do that. That's going to be critical to enable a return to the international movement of people. Like, if you don't have the right digital platform interoperable, I think we'll never get there, because if you, for example, in Canada, and a lot of countries are like this, a person used to spend like 15 seconds or 30 seconds, in the custom clearing process interacting with the customs agent. That's now between the customs and the public health officials, that's now between 5 and 10 minutes, and people can't move at scale like that. So I think the digital travel identity and the digital travel credentials with a health aspect will become an enormous issue. On supply chains, I think there's a lot of work to do. And we're thinking hard about how do we strengthen the Canadian supply chain from within the borders of Canada, and how do we kind of relieve choke points, and how do we build in more resiliency, because we're going to see more of what Canada really coped trying to manage the shift from a north-south supply chain to a kind of an overseas one, and we had to kind of build out the Asia Pacific gateway. We had to kind of put a lot of investment in. Now we need a supply chain that's resilient, not just to climate change, which is a big issue, but one that's resilient to a demand shocks and is able to kind of shift around in terms of the direction, because the countries who have their manufacturing and their retail and their goods supply networks with some resiliency built in and a transportation system that underpins that can respond quickly are the ones that are going to have smaller downturns and quicker recoveries when you have shocks like we saw. Hopefully we'll never see anything quite as bad as COVID was the last year and a half, but it would be imprudent to assume that, shocks like this will never happen again. Like, that would just be irresponsible. So I think that represents a lot of the work of the transport sector. And I think the other big, I would say, structural shift is low carbon. There is a really serious commitment to net zero 2050, to decarbonizing the transportation system. Transportation is one of the bigger. It's second in Canada. In many countries, it's the number one. Source of emissions, and there's going to be a lot of work, and we're doing a lot of work driving changes to how people move, to enable them to move in low carbon means within Canada, and then I think trying to reduce the carbon intensity of the freight rail system, which is not easy to do, but there's some opportunities, and then working sort of on the international front. So the work at ICAO, the work at IMO on this is going to be really important, and I think you're going to see zero emission vehicles go from like the personal to more of the medium size, medium duty things, and we will find a way to kind of start making inroads into some of the on-road freight emissions, particularly in domestic sort of short and medium range sessions. So Bob, I'll stop there. I've gone on long enough, but that would be a bit of an intro to kind of how we've seen the last year and a half and where we think we may be going on some really important parts of transportation policy.
That's great. Thank you. Thank you very much, Deputy. We have a question in the chat box that I'll ask you first, if that's okay, from Michael Gulo. Thank you for the presentation. Michael, can you provide an update regarding the government's policy with respect to treating vaccinated travelers at the U.S. border? And under what conditions will the border reopen? And who is responsible for establishing the criteria for this reopening? Or can the U.S. act unilaterally? Any information you can provide on the border would be helpful.
Sure. Well, this is a really live discussion that's rolling out. I think I'll break it into two parts. Is the rules for travel, the rules for crossing the border if you're eligible, and that based on, we have very restrictive eligibility, Canadians, permanent residents, and very limited classes of foreign nationals. Most of them are essential workers, international students, a few others. So we're pretty tight. The first step that Canada's taking, and in a sort of phased reopening, is to facilitate the entry of fully vaccinated travelers. So right now, if you come to Canada, if you're coming for a non-essential purpose, first of all, you may not be you're not allowed really unless you're a Canadian citizen. But when you arrive, you actually, by air, you have to go into a government-approved accommodations, and you have to wait. You have to have a pre-departure test. You have to wait for your arrival test to go negative. And then when your arrival test is negative, then you go home and you're quarantined for 2 weeks. It's a very rigorous system geared to protect against the entry of COVID, particularly variants. First step that we're going to take in early July is that if you're coming in fully vaccinated, which means you meet with vaccines are recognized by Health Canada, you will be able to skip the GA, the government approved accommodation, which saves a lot of money. And you will be out of quarantine as soon as your arrival test goes negative. And so that could be within a day, 2 days, whatever. So that's the first step that we're in the process of rolling out. The government started to describe it. More details are coming. That's phase one for us. That doesn't change who's eligible to cross the border. And but there are discussions underway with the U.S. in terms of the future of changing at the Canada-U.S. border, in terms of allowing more essentially some kind of non-essential travel of Canadians into the U.S. or Americans into Canada. The PM and the President of the United States discussed that at the G7. There's no breakthrough. There's no specific plan, but it's being discussed and work and scenarios are being developed. When that will happen, I can't say, and exactly how it will happen, I can't say. I think it goes without saying that each country is kind of sovereign in kind of who it lets in. So there's some potential for there to be some asymmetry, like one country could open up to a certain class of travelers coming in where the other country doesn't immediately follow that. And I think that's possible. But I think Canada and the US will work to kind of coordinate, as we've always done. We'll discuss and work to coordinate that as much as possible. But that will be a future phase, and when and where it hits, we'll see. It's interesting. There's already, I think most people know this, there's already some asymmetry in the border. So, an American is unable to travel to Canada by land for a non-essential purpose, either by land or air. A Canadian can't travel to the U.S. by land for non-essential purposes, but the U.S. didn't close the air border. So Canadians have been going down to the U.S. For like winter vacations. They've been flying. They can fly down, and in fact, there's been a little business that's booming in Hamilton, where there's a company that hops Canadians over the border by air, by helicopter. So and then takes their vehicles. So they drive their vehicle. That's a business purpose, driving somebody else's vehicle for a fee. And then they hop them over the border by air. So there's been a little bit of that going on. I think the restrictive policies we have on return have kept that to a minimum, but we already have a little bit of asymmetry in the border.
Well, thank you. We have time for one more question. You mentioned, Michael, that the environmental impacts are part and parcel of recovery efforts for post-COVID-19. Can you please elaborate on Transport Canada's actions and efforts towards mitigating climate change in the transportation sector?
Sure, and I think you see this in Canada. It's an enormous priority on the part of the government of Canada in terms of a very ambitious agenda to decarbonize the economy. A, to reduce climate emissions, but B, to create economic opportunities in the new kind of world that's opening up as so many countries go to kind of take on decarbonized platforms. And there's a lot of green economy jobs and opportunities. So we're working through infrastructure programs in terms all of our infrastructure programs look at climate both from an adaptation, how resilient is the infrastructure to a changing climate, but what is the potential to reduce climate emissions. Give an example, we're looking at improving the passenger rail service between Quebec City and Toronto. Pretty expensive, complicated project, but looking seriously at making the additional investments. So if we do proceed with that, you can do a largely electrified service. and basically get to a very almost zero carbon transportation solution for the biggest travel corridor. The other thing is we're moving on vehicle strategy, zero emission vehicles for the light duty vehicles. There's looking at like both ramping up the ambition in that as the world is trying to try and get that light duty fleet in a position where it's contributing to a net zero 2050 goal, and then taking action on the medium and heavy duty fleet. And there you have to pick your spots, but I think increasingly as the technology shifts, there are economic opportunities to start shifting to lower emission or zero emission, even heavier duty vehicles, particularly if they're not going a super long distance, if they're like the return to base kind of stuff. So we're looking across the board. We've also got on the environmental agenda, I'll say one other thing, Bob, is a lot of work on sort of other aspects of the environmental agenda, continuing to kind of build the safety for the marine and coastal ecosystems from oil spills, and a big issue and a lot of work is finding a way for the coexistence of ships and whales, both in terms of noise and ship strikes. That's an enormous priority for us, where we keep doing more and more every year, both out east and out west.
Thank you. Well, Michael, as Deputy Minister of Transport Canada, I know you and your team have had a difficult task during the pandemic since March last year, and I want to congratulate you on your leadership and the great work and how Transport Canada has continued to be involved. I know with us from CILT and certainly in North America, we've been able to contact your staff on a regular basis. We work with them, and they're, despite the fact they're working at home, they're on the job and doing a great job for Canadians. So on behalf of our board of directors, our members, and all our guests that are on today from 7 countries around the world, thank you very, very much for taking up your time to be with us and give us your thoughts this morning.
Well, thanks a lot, Bob. Thanks for the invite. And hey, this is my second day in the office in 2 months, actually.
Oh.
It's so I think we've all gotten good at working from home. I'll just say the work of your organization and the discussion we have today is so important. Figuring out how to actually build a more resilient, get the global supply chain back in balance and make it more resilient for the future is actually, it's got to be an absolute top priority, not just in transportation, but in any economic management of any nation at this time. So have a great discussion today.
Thank you very, very much.
Thanks.
Now I'd like to introduce our next speaker from Washington, Dr. Rolf Schmitt. He's the Deputy Director of the Bureau of Transportation Statistics. He's a nationally recognized expert in transportation policy and in the development of statistics to inform transportation decisions. His federal career started in 1977, includes positions with the BTS, the Department of Transport's National Transportation Policy Team, Federal Highway Administration, and the National Transportation Policy Study Commission. Rolf helped establish the BTS between 1992 and 2000 and returned as its Deputy Director in 2012. Dr. Schmitt is a PhD in geography from the Johns Hopkins University. Good morning, Rolf, and thank you for joining us.
Glad to be here, and thank you for the invitation. I'm always pleased to follow my colleagues at Transport Canada. I've had a long, wonderful working relationship with some of Michael's staff. I was reminded in his comments about resiliency to public health crises that we had a wonderful session with Transport Canada and Statistics Canada as part of our North American Transportation Statistics Interchange, an annual event that's been going on for 30 years. We had a session on resiliency and on how to measure disasters. We thought it would all be about volcanoes in Mexico and earthquakes and hurricanes in the US. And then we got the list of disasters Canada had suffered, everything from great power outages to the SARS incidents, which really affected transportation. So hearing him talk about COVID-19 and transportation reminded me that Canada is well experienced in this area, and we've had a lot to learn from our colleagues to the north. Um, Obviously, well, Canada, like most countries, has a pretty much a single national statistical agency and then a few programs in its transportation agency. In contrast, the US has 13 statistical agencies, ranging from the big ones like the Census Bureau and the Bureau of Labor Statistics to the medium-sized ones like the Energy Information Administration, all the way down to BTS as one of the smallest ones. But we all pretty much do the same thing, which is to try and measure what's going on in the transportation world, and in the economic world and the social world that affects transportation. Before the pandemic, the focus of most of the statistical agencies, including BTS, was on annual and monthly products. You know, we could tell you how many people flew a couple of months ago. We could tell you how much freight we thought moved in the US a year ago. In fact, the freight analysis framework that we have, which is our basis of our estimate of how much moves in the country, is based primarily on data collected every 5 years with updates from different modes of transportation to update this grand picture. We put a lot of effort into that. If we could get numbers out halfway into the year, we felt pretty good. And then, you know, for airline data, yes, because we work with the airlines directly, we get quarterly financial data, monthly ridership data. We thought we were doing pretty good. And then COVID-19 hit. The decision makers noticed immediately that the number of flights being canceled was growing dramatically about 15 months ago, and they wondered what else was going on. Suddenly, monthly data collected the following, collected a month later wasn't good enough. So we did a very quick pivot and started looking at new sources of data other than our traditional sources, new ways of measuring using surrogate measures or new ways of making preliminary estimates. And we looked at, for example, we used to make preliminary estimates based on long-term trends that seemed very stable. Suddenly those trends had disappeared. But we marshaled a whole bunch of new sources, such as supplementing our monthly aviation counts with daily records we could get from the Transportation Security Administration, a number of airport screenings. The number of people screened or that go through an inspection line at the airport is not the same as the number of people getting on the airplane, but it was close enough. And we put these measures together on our website. In fact, if you go to www.bts.gov, you'll see at the very top of our page our COVID statistics. Click on that and you'll see things we have been producing on a daily and weekly basis. We've been putting out the week in transportation with about a dozen key indicators of the transportation world. We put out a much bigger set of indicators in monthly transportation statistics. Anyway, it's all available on our website if you want to dig into it. We also zoom in all the way to the county level for some of our data. We had never gotten to that level of geographic detail before. And we also publish occasional daily or data spotlights. The one that will be coming out very soon will feature what we learned about travel on the Memorial Day weekend at the end of May, which is really the beginning of the summer travel season in the US. Some of these data were clearly, were very popular and clearly needed. For example, by tracking mobile devices, we're able to estimate the number of trips being made by distance band. And that's what we use for our Memorial Day travel. And in fact, what we have found is while total travel is still down, travel in some distance ranges, particularly in the 50 to 250 mile range, has pretty well recovered. In fact, in some cases, it's more than recovered. Now, some of that is probably an offset of people no longer flying to a place 500 to 1,000 miles away, but instead taking a family vacation by car to closer in destinations. But we have seen that there was obviously a huge decline in travel in all distances in the early months of the pandemic, but it's largely returned by now, at least in most distance categories. Anyway, you'll see more about Memorial Day in a data spotlight that should be published in the next day or so. One of the tables we produced, a regular monthly table, that I was never really sure why we did it until recently, was a table on the number of employees by individual airline. Yeah, it's useful to know how many airline employees there are in general, but why do we care about individual airlines? Well, then I got a call from the US Treasury. It said they'd really like to use that table to allocate billions of dollars in payroll protection payments. Suddenly, that became the most important table we had ever produced, at least when you measure it in terms of how much money is allocated based on those numbers. Now, obviously, that shows that we had a big initial concern with passenger travel. And, we're still obviously concerned with passenger travel, particularly as we look at what is going to be the new normal. What are the long-term patterns in work at home, for example? Work at home was happening more and more before the pandemic. That trend was accelerated by the pandemic. And, will we go back to the same amount of commuting, which affects transit usage? It affects rush hour peaks of traffic in urban areas. How much is that going to come back? How much long distance business travel is going to come back? Business travel is very important to the airlines. Business travelers tend to pay a lot more for their flights than those of us who are trying to take a cheap vacation. So, we are trying to track these long-term trends on the passenger side. Another area getting more into logistics is how e-commerce and kind of the delivery of services, education and services to home, things like telemedicine and the like, are affecting, if you will, the logistics of households. In some cases, trips to the store are replaced by a delivery van. In other cases, trips are completely replaced by a communications option and by the internet. What will be the long-term effects of those? And how will that affect not only local traffic, but how will that affect how households connect with the rest of the world? Are we getting back to an era of where communications is, where transportation is again being replaced by communications technology, just as it originally happened when the telegraph replaced the Pony Express? How do we, we need to start measuring those things. And with the interests of the current administration in Washington, there's a particular concern on how all of this affects equity. Underserved or overburdened communities. How do changes in transit, how do changes in transportation in general affect different population groups? One of the things for those of us in the measurement business, this means is that we no longer have enough information if all we tell you is how many cars are out there or how much travel is taking place. We need to know something more about the traveler. Now, knowing about the traveler is really helpful if, for example, you're running an airport and you want to know the economic characteristics of your market. But, excuse me, from a public policy standpoint, understanding equity issues in transportation means you need to know much more about travelers. Of course, the focus that you heard, particularly in Canada, on supply chains is also now happening down here. Our wake-up call was the Colonial Pipeline shutdown, which really didn't disrupt the supply that long. It was just a few days from the cybersecurity problem. Security problem. The real disruption was the panic purchase of gasoline that emptied out gas tanks in gasoline stations in a part of the country. This got on the White House radar screen. And now we have a major push going on to do in the freight area what we had already done primarily in the passenger area, which is come up with weekly indicators of how the freight world is operating. This is an interesting challenge because we have indicators, good indicators of weekly activity in certain parts of the transportation system, but it is not universal. Trying to get a handle on what is going on throughout the US transportation system is a major challenge. And by the way, part of that picture requires an understanding of transportation labor. It's often there are enough trucks, there are enough trains, but there are enough people to run those trucks and trains, which means we are spending a lot of time learning much more about the data systems that our colleagues operate in the Bureau of Labor Statistics. And of course, climate change and resiliency, they have, as I mentioned at the beginning, they have been an area of interest from early on, but with the current focus on climate change of the current administration, they are again moving to the front of our concerns. And we are looking at how we overlay the transportation network with areas of vulnerability. We have, for example, tracked where hurricanes hit the transportation system, getting a better understanding of where those vulnerabilities are to indicate to decision makers where they need to consider investments in reinforcing transportation or in moving transportation facilities. I suspect will be a big part of our future. And I think with that, I'll stop for now and look forward to your questions.
Okay, well, thank you, Rolf. And to the audience, again, if you have a question, you could stick it into the chat box. I have a couple for you, Rolf. First off, you were talking about changes in travel and freight goods movement. Are any of the changes in passenger travel and goods movement caused by the pandemic likely to be lasting long?
Well, I think there are some changes that the pandemic is really reinforced the changes that were already happening. Work at home being an example. It was, many people worked at home before, many more people are working from home now. How many of us go back to the office in the months ahead remains to be seen. How that works out, I don't know. That will obviously have major implications for the transportation system. I know some of the transit properties in the US are looking at future schedules where they reduce the amount of bus and rail operations in the traditional peak period and try to attract more passengers to midday travel and evening travel, because that may be where the market is going. I think that the freight system in general, most of the changes will be relatively short term in terms of, there was an enormous, for example, there was an enormous expansion in the purchase of home renovation products related to home renovations because people were not taking vacations. So they spent their money on home projects instead. That blip will probably subside in the future. But whether some of the other pressures that have come on the transportation system, this will be very hard to predict, but I'd certainly hear in a lot of the trade press that the constant focus on just-in-time delivery and lean logistics may be shifting back to something that is a little more resilient to future shocks in the system that that COVID-19 kind of woke us up to.
Thank you. I'm a big statistics guru like you, and I really believe that good statistical data really assists our policymakers. So what do you see are the biggest challenges in measuring the transportation system and its consequences?
Well, part of it is learning more about who travels and also linking transportation to what kinds of economic activities it serves. It used to be, we thought cars were for people, trucks were for business, except a lot of households drive pickup trucks and a lot of cars are used by people who are now driving for Uber and Lyft and similar companies. And it really changes how the system is being used and how individuals are interacting with it. Again, learning more about people. The problem is the traditional way we learn about people is to ask them surveys. And how many of you like to answer surveys anymore? The world is getting very resistant to answering questions over the phone or on mail out questionnaires. So we're trying to find new ways of measuring how people, how people travel and the like, whether it's tracking cell phone traces or, other forms of technology. I noticed, for example, our Bureau of Economic Analysis now publishes a wonderful chart on how much money is spent by credit card in gasoline stations. I'm not sure exactly what that tells us because you're mixing candy bars and gasoline on your purchases, but it's a data source we had never really looked at before. How do we track spending? How do we understand what people spend on transportation? So I think those are all kinds of challenges we face as we go forward. Many of the questions really, we're looking at ways to determine the information without having to ask the person, because people just don't like to be asked anymore.
Yeah, good point. Well, thank you. I have a couple in the chat box here. Paul Miller says, thank you very much for this excellent presentation, Dr. Schmitt. Is BTS involved in the collection of the rail waybill sample? And if so, do you happen to know how often this snapshot is taken?
The railway bill is collected through the authority of the Surface Transportation Board, but I believe most of the work is done by our Federal Railroad Administration. So we are a user of the railway bill like everyone else. We do get, through the Association of American Railroads, we get frequent reports on the number of rail cars moving, the amount of rail car loading going on. We don't have any much more than that on the rail side. We, however, saw a fascinating presentation by our colleagues at Transport Canada, who are now collecting information on rail movements by using remote sensors on property next to the railroad that pick up, basically video sensors that pick up how many cars are in the train going by, how fast the train is going, and other information that can be extracted from the video images about the characteristics of the train. And they're experimenting with this technology as a way of getting much more timely information on how the railroads are doing. we are very interested in seeing how we might use this kind of technology. Again, it's a way of getting away from having to ask people what's going on and actually just turning to something that can be collected remotely, and using modern data processing techniques, you'll be able to extract the information from the imagery.
Thank you. We got time for one last question. It's from John Coleman. Dr. Schmitt, do you measure or try to quantify the Forrester effect, bullwhip effect, phenomenon when modest disruptions like the Colonial Pipeline disruption generate massive swings in other parts of a supply chain?
One of the challenge, and maybe I'll throw this in with one of the big data challenges for us, we have historically tracked, we'll say, movements from region to region, and trying to look at the kind of the total amount of goods moving by type of good and by mode of transportation. Some of these supply chain issues really get into industry to industry flows and company to company flows that sometimes line up with geography, but often do not. And so we are looking at ways to how we can measure, how we can get a more complete view, not just of the where of commodity shipments, but the who is served. This is almost like the version of the equity question. You need to ask about the traveler to understand equity. Well, to understand some of these supply chain issues you're talking about, you have to understand the shipper characteristics, and not just the location.
Okay, well, thank you. Rolf, on behalf of our board of directors of CILTNA, all our members here in Canada, the US, and all the people, our participants today, registrants from 7 countries, thank you so very, very much for joining us and giving us such an enlightening presentation, and keep up the great work in Washington.
Okay. It was a pleasure to be here. Like I say, all of our information is on our website at www.bts.gov. We do not dance as well as that group in Korea. On the other hand, we have not caused any riots in McDonald's restaurants recently. So, and I will say, I see Donald Ludlow's name on the screen. I'll wave hi to Donald. We are longtime colleagues to the Transportation Research Board. And I'm glad to see Donald is still thriving up north.
Thanks again, Ralph. Great to have you.
Thank you.
So, our next speaker is a very good friend of mine, actually my second favorite Irishman. My other favorite Irishman, by the way, happens to be my best friend here in Canada. So Finbarr Cleary is FCILT. He's the managing director of Celtic Supply Chain Solutions. He's has significant experience at international level in supply chain and project freight management, stretching over 40 years. During the course of his career, Finbarr developed a forward-thinking approach when it comes to supply chain and project freight management work. And in this, he stays in touch with where the industry is moving to, which is especially critical in the constantly changing world of today. He successfully managed a number of freight forwarding companies in Ireland, having built these companies from startups to become significant players in the import and export business. In addition to his freight forwarding work, he's a founding member of 3 international freight networks, and he's proudly served as director of the Ireland-France Chamber of Commerce, president of the Irish International Freight Association, president of the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport in Ireland, and he currently is an international vice president of CILT International, and of course serves as chairman of our new CILT International Business Forum. He's developed a wealth of knowledge in the sourcing of products and services for clients at international level. He's a well-known speaker, and we're just honored to have you join us today from Ireland. Finbarr, nice to have you.
Thank you very much, Bob. Thanks, Rebecca. Thank you, Bob. Good afternoon, everybody. It is a great honor for me to address this conference. My presentation will be in 5 parts. The main focus is on the changes in the freight market. Next slide, please. Thanks, Rebecca. The 5 areas I'll be looking at is the economy of Ireland, UK and Ireland trading prior to Brexit, UK and Ireland trading after Brexit, and other dimensions of Brexit and the overall impact of Brexit. Next slide, please. The economy of Ireland. Ireland is a small economy in global terms, with a population of less than 5 million people, but it benefits greatly from its openness. When Ireland joined the European Union back in 1973, we were considered one of the poorer member states. Today, Ireland is one of the most prosperous member states. Our geographical position, membership of the EU and the Euro, makes us a great base for which to access the US, Canada, UK, Europe, and the Middle East. Our other trading advantages are that the young people in Ireland are among the highest levels of education in the world, and English is the universal spoken language. Next slide, please. This map shows this map of Europe shows Ireland's position as an island at Europe's edge. As we say, next stop USA and Canada. Next slide, please. Trading prior to Brexit. I'm taking the year 1993 as my starting point for this presentation. 1993 was the year that saw the commencement of the EU single market. In that year, the member states of the EU agreed to have one territory without any internal borders and other regulatory obstacles to the free movement of goods and services. This has benefited Ireland greatly over the past 18 years through the stimulation of trade and competition. We were part of a seamless trading environment that up to December 2020 included the UK. In particular, the single European market gave a great flexibility to Ireland's traders in deciding the routing of their exports and imports to and from other EU member states. Of course, all of that has changed with the departure of the United Kingdom from the EU. I will return to that in the next part of my presentation. Ireland is the only EU member state with a land border with the UK. Accordingly, the movement of goods to and from the UK, including goods transiting the UK, have been impacted since the beginning of this year. I will quote a few statistics to highlight the significance of Ireland's trade with the UK. First, looking at the monetary value of trade and then turning to the traffic volumes of trade. Monetary value. Ireland and the UK have been significant trading partners. Specifically, Ireland exports up to the UK account for up to 13% of total Irish exports. Irish imports from the UK account for about a quarter of the total of Irish imports. Next slide, please. The traffic volumes. What about Ireland's total seaborne traffic with UK ports? In fact, 40% of Ireland's total seaborne traffic is with UK ports. This large share is mainly due to the amount of traffic that transits the UK on its way to and from continental Europe. The following map, you can see it on the screen, that shows some of the direct routes from Ireland to continental Europe. You can see from the map that if, instead of using different direct routes, traffic goes partly overland through Britain, the distances are much shorter. The number of roll-on, roll-off freight services from Ireland to continental Europe has increased from 6 to 34 sailings per week since Brexit. The transit traffic that moves to and from mainland Europe via British roads and the ports is known as land bridge traffic. Ireland importers and exporters use the land bridge to transport high value goods or time sensitive goods, while the UK was in the EU. Because it offered significantly faster transit times than alternative routes. Since 1993, there were no customs barriers as the UK was a member of the EU. This has now changed significantly, as I will explain in the next section of my presentation. Next slide, please. Trading post-Brexit. I start this section at the point where the EU-UK Trade and Cooperation Agreement was agreed by the EU and the UK on the 24th of December 2020. This agreement was reached after long and detailed negotiations that I will not get into here. While it is a free trade agreement that has been agreed, the UK's decision to leave the single market and customs union means that there are increased checks and controls of goods coming to and from the UK. In the case of Ireland, these checks are required to meet the obligations to the single market and to protect public health and food safety. In particular, rules of origin apply to goods in order to qualify for preferential trade terms under the agreement. All imports are subject to customs formalities and need to comply with the rules of the importing party. All imports into the EU must meet EU standards and will be subject to regulatory checks and controls for safety, health, and public policy purposes. Next slide, please. What does this mean in reality now that the EU is outside, that the UK is outside the EU? Let me share the views of a haulier who is a colleague and friend of mine. He first pointed out that there are additional administrative costs for everyone in the supply chain, including exporters, importers, and hauliers. He went on to say, and I quote, with all the additional paperwork needed to get products to and from Great Britain, this has meant many businesses and traders have had to employ more staff and to cope with the additional formalities and paperwork, thus increasing costs. Just one point is back in 1993. In 1992, we had a full customs regime, and on the 1st of January, all our customs personnel were agents were redundant. So that's what, and we're missing 18 years of experience. As regards the delays, he pointed out that delivery times are harder to meet now for hauliers, as it can take hours or days for loads to clear customs at the ports, leading to deliveries being behind schedule. These are the realities of the UK deciding to leave the single market and customs union. There is no way Irish businesses who import or export to the UK can avoid the new burdens that have arisen with the new customs checks and sanitary controls now in place. This means that under the Trade and Cooperation Agreement, all transport businesses conducting operations between the EU and the UK have to ensure compliance with EU and UK certification requirements respectively. In particular, transport operators are affected by changes in the formalities required when crossing the UK-EU borders, including Irish traffic using the land bridge across Britain. Of course, in making their decisions in the new customs era, traders have to be prepared to meet customs and health requirements. These rules are designed for the protection of human and animal health and plant health. Specifically, EU law includes detailed rules to ensure high levels of food safety and to reduce or eliminate possible health threats to EU citizens, as well as to animals and plants in the EU. UK agri-food exporters now have to meet all EU SPS import requirements and be subject to official controls carried out by member states' authorities at border control points. Where required, these controls include the verification of health certificates in line with international standards. Similarly, EU agri-food exporters have to meet all UK SPS import requirements. The truck drivers who move the traffic that transit the UK have to be quite skilled in having the correct paperwork at the port to meet the new regulatory requirements. Of course, most of that work these days has to be done on smartphones or on tablets. If you don't get the paperwork correct, then some trucks have to spend more time in port on arrival so the legally required formalities can be completed. Customs authorities are working hard to make freight movements as efficient as possible. However, one must be realistic and recognize, as a consequence of Brexit, trade with the UK cannot be seamless as when the UK was part of the EU. Let me now turn to supply chains. As an audience such as today's will know only too well, companies depend on fast, cost-effective supply chains, offering just-in-time delivery inputs, often across physical borders. The Trade and Cooperation Agreement deal has been having an impact on supply chains. Depending on the configuration of your previous supply chain, companies are being affected negatively to a greater or lesser extent. Ireland's Minister for Foreign Affairs, Simon Coveney TD, gave a very interesting example recently on how one supply chain is being affected. He was speaking in Ireland Senate on the 29th of March 2021. He took the example of a box of cornflakes. Cornflakes sold in Ireland are produced in Spain by and large. They go to a redistribution centre in the UK and are redistributed into the UK's and Ireland's supply chain. However, because they are repackaged and reboxed in the UK, a tariff applies. Retailers are now looking at redesigning their supply chains in order to be able to source products in a way that does not involve tariffs. Nobody should be surprised that Brexit has meant disruption. As you will appreciate, many implications of the Trade and Cooperation Agreement are still being worked out. And in the case of supply chains, many opportunities for new businesses are emerging. To give just one example, the Investment Promotion Agency for Northern France is now offering companies located in the UK but trading with the EU an opportunity to relocate to mainland Europe, where they would be in a better position to control their supply chain. Next slide, please. I will now present some statistics on how Brexit is impacting on the trade to finish this section of my presentation. Recent trade statistics show that the volume of goods exported to the UK from Ireland for Q1 of this year was down slightly for the same period of 2020, while imports from the UK fell by over 60%. In the case of trade with the EU, now excluding the UK, there was about a 14% increase in exports from Ireland, with a relatively small increase in the case of imports to Ireland. These trends need to be interpreted with care, as they are likely to have been affected by COVID-19. Next slide, please. The other dimensions of Brexit. The other dimensions I'm going to discuss briefly are Northern Ireland, arrangements for managing Brexit, and the North American trade. Northern Ireland. The agreement between the EU and UK includes a protocol on Ireland and Northern Ireland. The protocol was included in order to address the challenges caused by Brexit and the island of Ireland as a whole. It was the agreed way to safeguard the Good Friday Agreement of 1998 to avoid a hard border between Northern Ireland and to protect the single market and Ireland's place in it. As I already stated, Ireland is the only EU country that has a land border with the UK. The protocol has meant that Northern Ireland has continued to be part of the single market, and so it has been necessary to introduce border controls between Great Britain and Northern Ireland. To say the least, there have been considerable teething problems which have not yet been fully resolved. arrangements for managing Brexit. It is important to recognise that the arrangements for Brexit have not all been fully implemented. To manage the process, the Trade and Cooperation Agreement provides for 23 dedicated committees and working groups under an overall EU-UK Partnership Council to oversee the implementation of all aspects of the EU-UK relationship, with a view to making them work as well as possible. These will be the work centres where the EU can come together with the UK to iron out the down-to-earth details on how to cooperate on the issues from trade to aviation to law enforcement. North American trade. At first glance, it may appear that the US and Canada are not affected by Brexit. Not so. Let me quote an example cited by our Ireland's Minister for Foreign Affairs, Simon Coveney, when he spoke at Ireland's Senate in March 2021. He pointed out that there are genuine problems with flour, cars, and a number of products, mainly linked to the rules of origin issues. For example, a lot of the flour that is imported into Ireland was milled in the UK, but in some cases, the raw material for these mills would have come from Canada and other parts of the world. If the raw material does not originate in the UK, then it is not considered a UK country of origin product, and a tariff applies as a result. Before finishing, I should mention the Canada-EU Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement, known as CETA. The agreement was designed to create new commercial opportunities for Canada and EU businesses in trade, investment, and should forge closer links to the two economies. However, this agreement was only entered into provisionally in September 2017. It still has to be endorsed fully by a number of EU member states, including Ireland. There is a similar agreement between the EU and the USA. While they are significant trading partners, President Biden's administration has not yet signaled when talks might commence on a trade deal between the US and the EU. Next slide, please. The overall impact of Brexit. While the overall impact of Brexit will be negative for Ireland, there are opportunities that can be harnessed. Ireland's membership of the European Union puts it in an ideal place to exploit those opportunities. Ireland has done very well from EU membership in the past, and hopefully we can do even better in the future. While Irish exporters face new barriers in UK market, so do UK exporters in the EU market. This is causing UK products and services to be more expensive in the EU market, meaning that exporters in the other EU member states currently served by UK firms are and will be looking for alternative suppliers. This presents significant opportunities for Irish exporters. And on that positive note, I would like to conclude my presentation. Next slide, please. I hope that I have managed to convey some of the many changes that have resulted from Brexit. I thank you for your attention and wish you well with the rest of the conference.
Well, thank you, Finbarr. Maybe you could answer a few questions I have, and then we'll go to into our Q&A.
I'll try, yes.
You know, overall, and you have clients, I believe, in Ireland and the UK, have supply chains costs increased as a result of Brexit, or is it too soon to have the data to support that?
There is no exact data, but as I stated in the presentation, that the involvement in customs administrative paperwork alone and documents. So we have to employ, most companies have to employ extra staff, even just to do the administrative side of it, without taking in the costs of if there's going to be tariffs and everything else. The transport side of it, we have no data yet on what extra cost this will take, as we spent 19 years or 18 years trying to make it a seamless supply chain. Now we have blockages along the way. especially as Ireland, next island is UK. And if we do land bridge traffic, we are going to be caught with two different customs regulations and everything else. So it's difficult, but the direct routes are a bit longer. They're more time consuming. So they probably will be costing more as well and things like that.
Can you tell us what approximately is the difference in time going through the UK land bridge or going direct to Europe? Emile?
Yes, if we go land bridge, say to take a line from Paris, north of that to Frankfurt or this side of the EU, is much shorter than going via direct time. It will take about 20 hours or so. But if you go land bridge or direct, then it's somewhere in the region of the sea journey alone is 24 hours. So we are losing time to get our goods and products, or to get the market. Say in Paris every morning you're in the markets for 4 o'clock. We can't make that now, so we're going to be late for to get on the shelf. And as a lot of our products are a short shelf life for restaurants and supermarkets, then every few hours, if you miss the distribution from the center, then you lose a day, no matter what way you put it. So.
I can't remember this statistic, but could you just tell us how many countries are left in the EU with after the departure of the UK?
27.
Okay. How about I assume though that even though the UK is out of the EU, they would still be a member of the World Trade Organization?
Yeah, they are still a WTO member. Yeah.
Okay.
They have
I'm going to just go into the Q&A here. This is from Tom Ferris, who's the former president of the CILT in Ireland. Finbarr, congratulations on your paper. Is there evidence that Irish haulers are in fact making the necessary changes to respond to the disruption caused by the UK leaving the European Union?
Oh yes, I think they have made many changes, and you can see the one fact from 6 direct sailings to 34 direct sailings. So the traffic has moved from land bridge to direct sailings, but it is at a cost, I think. And when customs authorities sort its issues out, traffic will move back a little bit more to land bridge again. So they have done fantastic work to do what they're doing to change the whole system. And land bridge also, you had sailings in the morning, sailings in the afternoon. So you had, whether it was Monday or Sunday, you had many options where the direct sailings or you don't have as many. You don't have morning and afternoon options as you would have land bridge options. So the ferries from Ireland to the UK, Dublin to Holyhead, and Dublin, Rosslare to Fishguard, and Rosslare to Pembroke, their freight has dropped just 90%, I would say. And also because of COVID, their passenger levels are gone way down as well. So this is why there's less, the ferry services are not as really decreased a lot to the UK. That's where sailings from the Northern Ireland to UK have increased. But that's a different scenario then.
Okay. Here's a question from Andrew Young, who's our chair of our US chapter.
Oh, Andrew.
Any unexpected upsides for Ireland and logistics or transport operators as a result of Brexit? So he's asking, any unexpected upsides?
I don't think so, to be honest with you, but it's hard to, we are trying to find a level where we are and get used to the new systems, the new services. So it's still in the mix. But it is making it, as we are an island off the mainland, it is making it more and more challenging to get our product to the mainland market, which is about 500 million people. So it's challenging from that point of view, and also for our raw materials coming in. Then again, a lot of would have been sourced in UK and in Europe, so there will be extra cost for that as well. So we have challenging times ahead.
I would think, listening to your presentation, Finbarr, with respect to the biggest change in Ireland seems to center around the issue of customs clearance, customs issues. Would that mean the customs brokers in Ireland have experienced an increase in business?
Oh yes, to have a massive increase in business. But the issue was we did not have the expertise. We did not have, like as I said, I think I mentioned during the presentation, 1992, we had many customs agents. It's in January 1993, the majority were out of business because of our main business was with the UK, to and from the UK or transit in the UK. So, and all the other, as well as with Europe. So we lost an awful lot of expertise and knowledge within the industry, and only the people who are importing or exporting to outside the EU were using customs. So it has been a major shock, and the government has put a lot of funding into retraining, and CILT Ireland has been part of that, of our retraining, customs training. So it's just amazing. But the same challenge was in England, and they're having major issues again with expertise or knowledge, basic knowledge to do entries. It's not a thing you can do overnight.
Yeah.
You can, you know, so it's challenging from that side. So
wow,
and
that's
this is-
terrific. I've covered all our questions in the Q&A, in the chat box and everything. So I wanted to thank you on behalf of our board of directors, our members, and all of our registrants from around the world today to have you here, Finbarr. And it's a great opportunity for us, especially in Canada and the US, to hear about Brexit. We've heard so much about it, but not heard the real facts. And what you've presented today is very interesting for Ireland. In the UK, it's certainly a major impact on the supply chain.
Yes,
and I think you certainly covered it very, very well. So thank you very, very much.
my pleasure, and thank you, and wish you a very successful conference for the next 2 days. Thank you then.
Very much. I think I might have one more quick question for you. I gotta just check here. As a proud Brit and ardent Remainer, I have many personal feelings around Brexit. Notwithstanding that, is there not a real opportunity here for the EU and UK supply chains to capitalize on this and really demonstrate the power and ingenuity of the supply chain?
Yes, it's given us many challenges, and we have to think, as I say, we have to think outside the box again. So, but as I said, we spent 18 years trying to improve our supply chains and get them to best cost, low cost, and availability. But so now with customs back on the scene again, especially for Ireland with UK, and don't forget, UK to the rest of Europe and Europe into UK, they have the same challenges. But we just, because we're an island off an island, we can be caught both ways. So it is going to be very challenging. And as everybody is aware in our industry, a lot of supply chains are interlinked. Our raw materials are coming from different countries, different places to manufacturers, and then being distributed back out again. So just in time, and this is going to be very challenging to get it all back on track again because of customs. Really, it's not customs, but the customs is okay. But in the food industry, we have the sanitary tests, and the plant side of it, we have the Pfizer sanitary as well. So that's another regulatory challenges we have. And the food industry has been hit very, very hard with this, and the cert where the cert of origin is, or where the origin of the goods are. As I said about the flour, like you have a slice of bread here, you forget that it could have come from Canada or the US. So, you know, like our cornflakes, everybody takes cornflakes as cornflakes, but because it's been the supply chain, the product went into the UK because Ireland is only 5 million people, and England was what, 60 million, whatever it is. So it is easier to put the most of the product into England and then redistribute it, as we have many UK supermarkets here in Ireland as well as locals. So these there's only simple things. If you take car parts, car manufacturing, any area you take, we're all interlinked somewhere along the line. And you know, we were for years trying to cut down barriers, and now we're certainly putting barriers back up again. So, but that's
good.
life, and that's the challenge.
Well answered. Well, thanks again, Finbarr. It's great to have you, and wish you well in the future, and stay
Thank you.
safe.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just, Waleed, is Jordan dialed in yet? Are you there, Waleed?
Yeah, I'm checking right now.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just 1 minute.
We're just running a bit early, so
It's okay.
we're just waiting for our last speaker to dial in. And if you get a chance, Waleed, if you could put up the slide on our sponsors, that would be nice. We can just thank our sponsors while we're waiting.
Of course. Yeah, he's here right now.
Good. Thank you.
Right.
Okay. Our next speaker is Jordan Kajfasz, who's the Assistant Vice President, Sales and Marketing, Domestic Intermodal at CP. He's in his role, Jordan is responsible for driving sustainable growth through CP's best-in-class service, coast-to-coast network, and long-term and durable relationship with customers. Jordan joined CP in 2017. Previously was responsible for CP's international intermodal and automotive businesses. He's based in Toronto, Canada. He's had a great career focused on global supply chains. He previously worked at the Vancouver Port Authority and also at Maersk Line with postings in Canada, the United States, and West Africa. Jordan holds a master's degree from the University of Denver's Transportation Institute and a Bachelor of Commerce degree from the University of Toronto. Jordan, we're very honored and pleased that you're able to join us today. And we also always want to thank CP. They're one of our national sponsors, so it's just great to have you here, and we're looking forward to your remarks.
Excellent. Thank you. Thanks. All right. So Bob, do you want me to just put the presentation up on screen here? Yeah.
Thank you.
I'll do that. All right. So let me get that going. And all righty. Okay. Well, thank you, everyone, for having me here today. Apologies for being a little bit late there. I kind of flubbed the instructions on how to get in, so I apologize for that. But I'm really happy to be here today. So thank you for inviting me, and really thank you for inviting Canadian Pacific for being able to speak here and have the opportunity to contribute to the annual spring conference. I'm like I said, I'm happy to be participating and to be included with such an impressive list of panelists. I also just took a quick scan through the participant list, and I see a lot of familiar names from roles that I've had in the past and certainly currently. So hello to all those people. Thanks for joining today. So I've been asked to speak about strategic growth and innovation at CP. And if you want my honest opinion on this, I could probably spend the whole day talking about growth and the history of CP's growth and innovation. But I'm not going to do that. We do have a long history, and in fact, this year's 140th anniversary of the founding of Canadian Pacific Railway. So we've got a long history in Canada, and a lot of that history is around, let's call it strategic growth and really an innovation, and that's kind of in our DNA. And I think the reason why that's the case is we were founded to help build and create Canada from coast to coast and link the provinces from the Atlantic all the way to the Pacific. And so that mission, that ambitious endeavor is really woven into the fabric of our company. And over the course of the history of Canadian Pacific, we've been involved in a number of businesses that have supported not only our growth and development, but also the growth and the development of Canada's economy. Whether that's from natural resources like coal and oil and gas, tourism through hotels and an airline, shipping with CP ships, and even as fundamental and as foundational as helping to settle the Western provinces and help support Canada's war efforts during the First and Second World War. We've played an integral role in part of that, and that's really part of what we do. But the company's transformed over the decades, and now we find ourselves really as a railroad, and that gives us a very, I think, unique perspective on things. We are laser focused on doing what CP was really created to do, and that's be the safest, the fastest, and ultimately the best railroad in North America. Some would say, from a freight perspective, one of the best performing railroads in the world. But again, that's history, and that's just a little snapshot of it. Let's talk a little bit about strategic growth at CP, and I think that the first question is what is strategic growth? I'd say most companies would probably say that growth is really a part of their strategy, and so it is at CP's. We've been actually pretty darn good at it over the course of the last 4 or 5 years. And if you look at our performance relative to our peers that are traded publicly, we have grown faster in terms of revenue and in terms of revenue ton miles compared to all of them. So it's certainly something that I think we're pretty good at. But really, growth at CP, for it to be strategic, for us it has to be sustainable, and that means not growing for growth's sake, but growing for the right reasons and with the right partners. And so that means for us growing with the right customers while protecting our existing customers' ability to grow themselves. And it's a value proposition that I think is quite attractive to the right customers. And that's for customers who look at business relationships as a long-term agreement with another company, and really as a partner and a true relationship. It means that we typically move carefully when it comes to growth, and especially growth with new customers, and we do it so that both parties, all parties, know that it's the right fit for their business needs, and that there's also that values alignment, which I think, if you ask me, is really becoming more and more important, that the companies have this alignment in values, that we both value the same things and appreciate what each other does. I think that's an important foundational element to growing the right way. And then, I'll say this, I'm relatively new to CP, 4 years, but I can say one thing I've noticed, when we talk about the word partnership, and it's a word that's thrown around all over the place, but when we talk about it, we actually truly mean it. It means that we're going to go to bat for our customers. It means that we're going to do what we're committing to do, and we will deliver upon it. And it also means that we expect the same in return. And I think that's normal in a partnership. And we're going to help our customers when they need our help. And the same hopefully is true. So that's, that to me, that's the definition of how we look at sustainable growth. But how do we sustain that? How do we keep doing that? And I think that's the next step. And that's really, in order for us to be able to grow, we've got to have the ability, the capacity to handle that business. And when I look at capacity, and I look at it from a lens, from an international intermodal, so the container line perspective, from the automotive perspective, now from domestic, but also from the wider CP perspective with our other lines of business. It's not just about capacity at a port or capacity on the main line or on a siding somewhere, or in Montreal versus Vancouver or another port. For our intermodal customers, a lot of it, and maybe this it's underappreciated, but capacity is really about capacity at the terminal inland that's able to process your cargo. Because if you can't land the train and you can't unload it in time, then you lose that efficiency in the interface between the railroad and the customer. And sometimes the customer is actually the customer's agent, their trucking company that's going to pick up the container. But if you lose that efficiency and that ability to process cargo fast enough, then really, the value proposition starts to fall apart pretty quickly. And ultimately, customers are going to move their business elsewhere because it's going to cost them too much time and money. And especially today, like think about what's going on today with the amount of freight that's moving across North America, the demands that are being put on the transportation system. That's such a critical interface point, and it's something that to talk about when we talk about expanding in key markets, we've already been doing. We've been preparing for this type of stuff. So we've grown we revamped our terminal in Minneapolis, a really important market for CP. In Toronto, we're growing our terminal. We have the largest intermodal terminal on our network is in Toronto, and it's the largest in Canada, and it continues to grow. And we've got the beauty. I mentioned it further down on the slide, but we've got land all around our terminal that supports that growth for years and decades to come. So we're doing that in Toronto. We're doing it in Vancouver, a key supply chain node for Canada and actually for North America. And we're doing it in Chicago, again, a key supply chain point for the US market. So we're expanding in anticipation of what we're going to see, rather than winning new business, going over the threshold of capacity and then going, we need to grow. And I think that's something that I'd like to think sets us apart. It shows that we're careful, but that we also have that desire and drive to continue to grow. Another area that I'd like to cover on about how we approach things is, in terms of growth, is really it's partnering with customers to create bespoke solutions. It's a nice phrase for me to say. We like to work with customers who maybe have some unique needs that we can help solve, and then create a win-win for both of us. And I want to give a couple examples of how we've done that in recent past. The first one's on the automotive side, with a company called Hyundai Glovis. They're the logistics company for Hyundai Motors and Kia. And they import an awful lot of cars into Canada. You can't drive down the street today without seeing an Elantra or a Telluride or any of the new models that the Genesis model that they're coming out with. But they're everywhere. They import a lot of vehicles. They need a lot of storage space, and that's hard to come by at an auto compound that's in the middle of Toronto. And so what we did with them is we partnered with them to develop their own purpose-built auto compound in Wolverton, Ontario, which is just outside of Cambridge, just west of Toronto. And really what this did that allows them to manage their inventory, that allows them to do what they need to do with their fleets, outside of having to work with directly in our compound with other customers. They can do what they need to do themselves. And really that's given them operational efficiencies and savings. And what it's done for us is we're happy to have them as a partner, but it's also allowed us to preserve our own capacity in our own terminals, in our own terminal in Toronto. And so, a great example of that in the automotive space, and one that I'm particularly proud of on the transloading and warehousing side, a deal that we announced last year with Maersk Line in Vancouver. And this deal sees us creating, jointly developing a warehouse facility that's going to be served by rail from the port onto our terminal site in Vancouver and Pitt Meadows, and transload containers in their facility and then move them out on rail again. So we're going to take thousands of trucks off the road. We're going to be able to grow together. CP gets to focus on what we do best, which is moving goods by rail. And Maersk gets to focus on what they do best, which is global transportation, and also now their initiative to be an integrator, a total transportation integrator. So, some examples of how we approach strategic growth and where I think we've had some success, and a model that we want to continue to use going forward. Next, I'll talk a little bit about how we're growing our network, and I think that's probably a hot topic these days. And I'm not going to talk about what I think everyone thinks I'm going to talk about. I'm going to focus on an acquisition that we did last year of the CMQ Railroad, a short line railroad that connects Maine, Quebec into Maine, and ultimately into New Brunswick. And a really important acquisition for CP. It marks our return to Atlantic Canada after 25 plus years of being away, and allows us to be once again a true coast to coast railroad with access into St. John and the Port of St. John. This acquisition was I'd say very strategic for us because, and certainly for me when I look at it, because not one conversation I had with customers didn't involve them saying, I really need an alternative into Atlantic Canada. I've got limited choice, and it gets used against me when it comes to contract negotiations. So now we have the ability at CP to offer our customers a new option to access the Maritimes. That's 200 miles shorter than competing routes, so it's faster, but really at the end of the day gives them that choice and that optionality in their supply chain. And I'll say this: we've had some really good initial success. We completed the acquisition of just over a year ago. We started intermodal service right away, domestic intermodal service. Automotive shipments are going in there now. We're going in pretty shortly thereafter. We had the ability to test run the port with the strikes that happened in Montreal. And since then, I can say we're moving now, intermodal shipments, domestic intermodal shipments in and out every day. They're moving in and out of there. The Port of St. John, I'm really proud of this one, announced earlier in May that we've now got a weekly call with Hapag Lloyd's MCA service calling the port. And it's just created this buzz around St. John, which has also created some more investment. So JD Irving, the JD Irving Group, is building a logistics park in St. John now to help support the early growth that we've seen on the domestic intermodal and automotive side of things. I think this is a big deal for St. John because it's going to create some logistics infrastructure that hasn't existed there, that I believe will cause shippers to take another look at St. John and go, maybe there's an opportunity here for me to do something more. It starts to create St. John as a bit of a transportation hub, something that maybe hasn't existed in recent past. And certainly JD Irving's reach in the market is a big factor in that. So in supporting this, so a great exciting opportunity there. And then the other big one is at the port itself. This is a slide that I stole from DP World. This is a schematic of their terminal. their terminals doesn't look like this today. It's currently undergoing an expansion project that's going to see it grow in size from about 150,000 TEUs to 300,000 TEUs. But with Hapag-Lloyd calling now, with the vessels that we had called during the labor disruptions at Montreal, given all the energy and excitement that's happening around St. John as a gateway, a new gateway into Canada and the US off the Atlantic coast, we've got this project here that can see it actually go from 150 to 300 now to 800,000 TEUs of capacity in relatively short order to be able to support that growth. So this is something that we're talking a lot about right now, because we think we're going to need it, given everything that we're seeing, and it's something that can be delivered quickly. So all that to say, a lot of buzz around St. John. I'm really happy about that. I think it's a market that deserves it, and now it's getting I think that attention that it deserves. So that's a little bit of insight on how CP's viewing growth and sustainable growth and strategic growth, and what we've been doing around that. Some examples that you have that you can take away from how we're looking at that. Next, I'm going to take a sip of water and then talk about innovation at CP. All right, so I'm going to talk about a few different variations of innovation, because I think many of you, and maybe I'm wrong, but I think many of you, when I say innovation at CP or a railroad, will likely go towards, okay, he's going to talk about something around AI, maybe autonomous locomotives or stuff like that. And I could go down that road, but I think there's a lot more practical kind of nuts and bolts sort of innovation that's taking place here every day, that's actually helping to feed the growth story and the sustainable growth story at CP. So I wanted to try to link the two because I think they're important. So where I'm going to start off first is around the grain supply chain, and this is a story of we had some old rail cars that were not very efficient, coming towards or at or past the end of their life, and really a supply chain that really needed a bit of some new developments and new technology applied to it so that we could move more. I mean, the pressure's always on: move more grain, move more grain, move more grain. So how do we do that in a way that works best for everyone? And one of the ways we've come up with that is the high capacity, high efficiency train model, which is supported by high capacity hopper cars that CP has been investing in now for a few years. We've spent hundreds of millions of dollars on this fleet to make it more efficient and allow us to move more. CP's, I think, I don't know how many months now in a row we've broken our grain records for shipments moved, for tons moved. So it is paying off, and I think it's also a sign of just how healthy that economy is. The Canada's export economy for grain products it just continues to grow, and so this really supports that. And what it is we have shorter rail cars that are able to handle more weight. So what that's allowing us to do is to have actually longer trains that are much more dense, and allow us to use less horsepower per ton to move more grain. Which, when you look at it on its face, just it makes sense. We're basically moving more grain with the same resources, which creates for customers a more efficient model. It's faster, and allows them to reduce their cost economics as they export more and more grain throughout the year. The next one, the innovation I want to talk about is one that I hold near and dear to my heart as someone who loves the outdoors. It's really around environmental sustainability. It's hard not to open the Globe and Mail or any other business newspaper and not see something about companies talking about ESG, talking about sustainability and the environment. And I think that's, from my perspective personally, a great thing for all of us. I think it's about time that this gets a lot of airtime from companies in every single industry. And so CP is certainly doing its part. And given that we are CP, we want to charge out of the gates and take the lead on this one. So one of the I think the more unique things that we've done here recently is build a solar farm at our headquarter campus in Calgary. And this solar farm, our campus is built on an old rail yard. We had quite a bit of space that we could use. Installed solar panels, that's operational now. So we're supplying our own electricity using 100% renewable source. And I think it just speaks to the level of commitment and innovation that we're applying in sustainability. We can layer on top of that fuel optimizers on our locomotives. We're looking at a hydrogen-powered locomotive, which you may have seen about in the news. So there's all these other additional things that we're looking at from a sustainability perspective, but I thought this one was pretty interesting. And also a nice picture of Calgary in the summertime. It looks a lot different in the winter, but the sun still shines, so we can still generate electricity. The next, I'll talk about some more, I'd say, on or above or maybe even below the rail technology that we're doing that are small incremental improvements, but I think they're helping us become far more safe and far more efficient in our transportation. And one of the first ones, and it's a story that I love hearing from the guy that came up with this concept, Dr. Kyle Mulligan. We use in railroads, the railroads use hot wheel detectors to detect when wheels might be overheating as a sign of some sort of failure, like the brake might be applied and is not releasing, or the wheel might be failing. Kyle Mulligan, our chief engineer, flipped the model on his head and said, well, if a train's going down a grade and its wheel isn't heating up, i.e. it's cold, that must mean the brake might not be working. And so rather than spend all sorts of time in yard visually inspecting brakes and checking to see if brakes are working effectively, he said, let's install heat detectors to see when wheels aren't heating up when they're going down a grade. And we have cold wheel technology. And so we're using this on certain exempt trains that we've got permission from Transport Canada to use it on, to see where brakes might not be working so we can fix it and save time in yard before a train departs. So a very nice, clever innovation that maybe isn't as obvious, but certainly important. We use wheel life forecasting data to be able to identify when and where we think a wheel might fail, so we can be proactive in its maintenance. Preventing derailments and giving us more capacity, more room to grow, and being more efficient. Same thing goes for using acoustic sensors on bearings and applying algorithms and learning and that machine learning so that it continues to develop and get more refined as we move more trains across these detectors. In the wintertime, and it's a story that I've told many times now when I talk about winter planning, but as temperatures drop, air pressure reduces in a train, and air pressure is what's required to keep the brakes open on a train. As temperatures drop, we have to occasionally shorten trains. But temperatures don't drop the same across our entire network. And so what we want to try to avoid is having a train depart at let's just say 10,000 feet, but then having to set off traffic when we hit the prairies to accommodate temperatures that dropped after the train departs. So we're using train flow monitoring and some really interesting predictive analytics to be able to tell us really just how long we should depart a train at when it leaves Eastern Canada to head west or vice versa, to allow us again to maximize every single footage of train length that we can possibly get during the wintertime, which which helps our customers and helps CP. Again, and more examples of technology that are being used. This broken rail detection in dark territory, I think, is a really neat one. It's a super simple application. Really, it's sending an electrical current through a rail and having boxes at certain intervals. And if that electrical current isn't detected at the next box, well, we know the rail's broken, and then we can go fix it. And this is useful for us in dark territory where we don't have the centralized traffic control to be able to monitor this type of stuff. So it's useful, simple technology that's applied in the field that helps CP achieve its goals of being safe and fast and efficient. Lastly, we talk about track inspections, rail cars that do this type of work, and using portal systems to analyze hundreds of gigs of data to be able to find where and when we could expect to see a potential malfunction and get ahead of it before it actually happens. And these types of systems are popping up all over our network. Our competitors are doing it. The entire rail industry is doing it to help make this a more safe mode of transportation and move all the freight that customers are giving us. So with that, Bob, I think that's the last slide. It is. So I'm going to stop talking. I think there's some questions in the Q&A box. I'll open that up here in a second. But I hope you found that informative, and I'm looking forward to answering some of these questions.
Thank you, Jordan. Let me. There are a couple in here, about 4 or 5 questions. I have one, but let me start with Ian McKay. International container logistics is suffering a major disruption. What is CP doing to help intermodal shippers in these circumstances?
Yeah, a huge disruption, right? It's like if it's not surging demand from the new consumer behavior of buying stuff versus services, or outbreaks in ports, or ships running aground in the Suez Canal, it's like everything that could possibly be thrown at the international supply chains being thrown at it right now. I hope there's nothing more out there, but who knows? So what are we doing? I think for us, it's really around working with our customers to understand what's going on and how do we supply and help handle the business. What we're seeing right now on the international side, we're starting to see a bit of a trough because of everything that's been going on in China and the delays at Yantian. So ships are coming in late. They're getting stuck in the U.S., which means that we're starting to see these sort of troughs, and then a spike in cargo, then a trough again, and they're happening in very compressed periods. That's challenging for any business to manage. Importers, railroads, truckers, whoever, it doesn't matter. Understanding when it's going to happen, how it's happening, why, I think is helping us understand and fine tune our operations better. Even on the domestic side, we see it. A lot of transloading happens in Vancouver. We have customers that provide us some excellent rolling forecasts that we work with on a daily basis. Some companies say, give us your forecast, and then it kind of goes into a drawer somewhere. You never see it again. We get rolling forecasts from our shipping line customers. We get rolling forecasts from customers like Canadian Tire, who really help. They're actually helping us help them by giving such clear data and an outlook. And so then, we position our equipment to make sure it's there when it's needed. Whether that's rail cars at the ports, for transload shipments, we're making sure that we know in a week or two we're going to see a spike. We need to make sure that we have our equipment there ready for that. It's not an easy decision because you always want it moving, but we know to set ourselves up for success in a week or two, we got to make these decisions now. And so I think that's how we do it. It's really how are we helping them is actually we work together with them, and we understand what's happening and get them to tell us more about what's happening with their business so we can prepare ours. Our goal is to succeed through their success. So we try to help them do that.
Oh, thank you. There's a question from Joshua Davidson. Can you speak about plans and opportunities in Searsport, Maine?
Searsport, Maine. Yeah, I should have mentioned it in my CMQ acquisition discussion, but really, Searsport, Maine is actually something that CP accesses directly on the CMQ. It's a port. I think Bangor, Maine is probably the closest major area to Searsport. We have been looking at Searsport and talking to customers at Searsport about bulk opportunities, where there's dry or liquid bulk opportunities. I think Searsport presents a pretty good opportunity for that type of cargo that's either being imported into the U.S. East Coast or potentially being exported out of. It's certainly something that we want to continue to explore opportunities around. But I think it's, my take is it's probably a bulk play rather than an intermodal or automotive play. But certainly there's a lot of untapped opportunity there for us to look at.
Great. Here's a question from Louis Paul. Hi, Jordan. Thanks for your presentation and thoughts on CP growth. Question in two parts. How do you see the future of the automotive sector in North America? And what will it mean for the rail sector? And should Canada align with the latest White House strategy on batteries and strategic material?
Ooh. All right. Thanks, Louis Paul. Appreciate the question. And thanks for coming today. Okay, so how do I see the future of the automotive sector in North America? I think it's bright. I see a lot of opportunity in autos going forward. And to be honest with you, my position might have even changed within the last 18 months. I think pre-COVID, if you follow the automotive sector closely, year over year over year over year, record auto sales or near records, like you're talking 1 or 2 percentage point variations, kind of felt like we were hitting a bit of a peak in terms of how many sales were going to be made on both fleet and passenger vehicles. COVID hits. I'll be honest. I thought it's dead. All the automotive plants are shutting down. We went a month where we barely moved an automotive rail car, and it felt like the apocalypse from an automotive perspective. Things start slowly getting out, picking up again, and now, chip shortage aside, used car sales prices start to skyrocket. People started to switch away from public transit into cars. You can debate the puts and takes of that, but the reality is that's what consumers were doing, and suddenly the automotive industry starts taking off again. An anchor got thrown out the back a little bit with the chip shortage, but I don't think that changes the fundamentals. People are buying new cars. I think they're happy to get their freedom back, moving around, and they want to do it themselves rather than perhaps take an Uber or take a taxi or take the bus or the train. So my perspective is automotive industry's got a pretty bright future ahead of it here for the next little while. You're starting to see new plants being built in the US again, which is a huge thing. Oshawa, GM Oshawa is coming up again. They're going to be reactivating that plant that a year and a half ago everyone said was dead. Those are all bright signs in the future. Now, talk a little bit about what it means for us. It means there's going to be continued demand for automotive shipments between Mexico, Canada, and the US, continued investment in rail cars, new investment in auto compounds to be able to accommodate electric vehicles, maybe even to accommodate in the not so distant future, autonomous vehicles, which may not be autonomous on the road, but when they're in parking lots or controlled environments, may be autonomous. So you have your auto compounds turn into more of control towers versus having people out driving cars, then getting into a bus and then going back to the base. I think that's the type of stuff that might have to take place. And then should Canada align with the latest White House strategy on batteries and strategic materials? I don't know. I truth be told, I don't know enough on it to comment. I just my take is though, everyone's getting into some form of alternative fuel, whether it's batteries, whether it's hydrogen. I saw a hydrogen gas station in Vancouver a couple months ago, and I was like, wow, there's actually one out there. So in Quebec, it's growing too. So there's no doubt that alternative fuels are coming. It's about I guess how we're going to, which one's going to become the standard and how we're going to supply it.
Good answer, Jordan. We got time for one last quick question. It's from Jan Pizarro, who's the chair of the Greater Vancouver Board of Trade Regional Transportation Infrastructure Committee. What role can or might CP play in the revitalization of passenger rail in Canada?
Yeah, passenger rail as cities, I think, I just talked about cars being taking a bit of a dominant play here. I don't know if that's going to last forever. As cities look at passenger rail, I think the role that CP has to play is it depends on the location, right? Like we share our rail lines with passenger rail in certain corridors. Some of those corridors are very challenged when it comes to capacity. There's a lot of demand for freight. There's a lot of demand for passengers. And so it really comes down to that interplay between CP and the regional transit authorities and how do you balance the needs of both? And what solutions can you look for to be able to accommodate that growing demand? And so I don't think there's a clear answer to that one. I think it depends on the area, but it's no doubt that it's something that has to be worked on together rather than one side each in a vacuum, because eventually they'll come up they'll come up against each other at some point. So it's better to work together on that stuff now than it is to deal with the dispute later.
Well, Jordan, we've hit our time limit, and I want to, on behalf of the board of directors of CILTNA and all the people in attendance, thank you so much for a terrific presentation. I know one person, everybody that's chatting, or just another comment, it's great insight on auto, Jordan. Thanks for the Hyundai Glovis shout out from Jacqueline. Anyway, I want to just thank you, Jordan. You've done a great job. It's interesting. CP is a great partner with CILTNA. We appreciate you and CP, and we wish you well for the future, and stay safe. And hopefully,
all right.
Up to the office.
Thanks, Bob. Appreciate it. Thanks to everyone at CILTNA and all the attendees. I wish you a great rest of the conference.
Thanks very much, Jordan.
Take care.
I want to thank all our speakers in the module 1, Deputy Minister Michael Keenan, Dr. Rolf Schmitt, Finbarr Cleary, and Jordan Kajfasz. And I want to thank all of our attendees for joining, and our sponsors, and also remind you that module 2, which will be moderated by the chair of CILTNA, Emile de Sanza, will be on at 2:30. So I hope you'll all dial back at 2:30. We have another great lineup of speakers. In fact, in each of our 4 modules, we just have a tremendous conference, and hope you don't miss it. You'll get to learn a lot and hear from a lot of great speakers worldwide. So stay safe, everybody, and have a great day. Thank you very, very much. See you, Finbarr.
2:31. We'll get started since everyone is here. Welcome to Module 2 of the CILTNA's Spring Outlook Conference. I'm Emile de Sanza, and I have the honor to be a moderator for this session on infrastructure. Just a couple of introductory words. I think as many of you are aware, the conventional notion of infrastructure is often associated with large engineering projects and lots of government planning. And over the years, there's been many studies on infrastructure gaps and infrastructure deficits. But increasingly, infrastructure has been linked with economic competitiveness, with new technologies, global supply chains, environmental pressures, and most recently, the challenges of a worldwide pandemic. Today, we'll hear from 4 eminent experts in the field who will speak to us about emerging trends, about current and anticipated challenges, and innovative approaches to partnerships and governance. You have our speakers' bios in the program, so I'll just mention briefly who they are, and then I'll introduce them just prior to their respective presentations. So Stephen Beatty, who's with KPMG, and he's the global chairman of infrastructure there. Our second speaker will be Donald Ludlow, who is vice president of the US division of CPCS. Will be followed by Marta Leardi-Anderson, who is executive director of the Cross Border Institute at the University of Windsor, and Michael Sussman, who is CEO of Strategic Rail Finance. So with that, let me, and of course, participants, your questions and comments are most welcome. Please use the chat line or the question and answer function. So let me introduce our first speaker, who's Stephen Beatty. Stephen has 35 years experience at KPMG, where he's currently global chairman of infrastructure and the head of the Global Cities Center of Excellence. Stephen is a well-recognized expert on public infrastructure with engagements across 6 continents. In a private capacity, Stephen is also on the advisory boards relating to infrastructure at Stanford and Cornell universities. He will be speaking about emerging trends in infrastructure. Stephen, over to you, please.
Thank you, Emile. And Omar, if we can bring up the slides, that would be great. We have produced over the last 10 years, every year for the World Economic Forum in Davos, something called Emerging Trends in Infrastructure, where we look at what I'll call the issues that are occurring beyond the horizon, not the things that we're dealing with on a daily basis, but rather things that we expect will come to the fore in the coming weeks, months, and years. COVID has obviously filled the atmosphere for the last 18 months. But if you were to look back at the 2019 World Economic Forum Global Register of Risks, a global pandemic barely made the list, let alone was it identified as one of the top risks. And our view is that the COVID itself actually isn't changing a whole lot. What it's doing is it's triggering change, and it's accelerating the changes that would otherwise have occurred. And I'll just give you a very small example. KPMG in the middle of March last year was about 9 months into a very painful and quite frankly not very successful implementation of Microsoft Teams. And in the space of 48 hours, not only did we send our teams around the world home, and when I say teams, that's 243,000 people. And in the same 48 hours, we actually implemented Microsoft Teams seamlessly while everyone was at home. Now, if you can think about that as an accelerant, that is the essence of COVID in our environment. An incredible supercharger of changes that have been ongoing. If we can move to the next slide, please. There is an incredible increase in uncertainty and it creates a massive change in the amount of planning complexity. COVID has changed the way we live, work, and play, or it has begun to evolve in terms of changes. Some of these changes will be permanent, some of them will be transitory. Will my children be able to work 100 miles away from their place of employment, or will they have to be resident in an office? Will we have rush hour? Will the rush hours still be in the same direction? Interestingly, the rush hours in the city of Toronto have largely become east-west events as opposed to north-south events. And some of these changes, we don't know if they're permanent, we don't know if they're transitory, but it creates incredible planning complexity. And what we're finding is that forward-looking organizations are really focusing on their ability to be nimble and flexible. 5 or 6 years ago in our emerging trends, we suggested that organizations, particularly organizations that consume a great deal of energy, that they should consider a circumstance where energy prices remain permanently low. Now, we were actually pilloried for saying this. How could this possibly happen? We've just finished an era where we had $140 barrel of oil. Well, if you'd taken that scenario and you'd used it as one of your planning scenarios, you would have actually been able to react much more quickly. One of the changes we see is that forward-looking organizations are embarking on scenario-based planning, 2, 3, 4, 5 plans. Now that wreaks havoc with corporate plans. That wreaks havoc with government plans, but in the presence of that multivariate environment, it really, in our view, makes it for a better plan. The other thing we talked a lot about from an infrastructure perspective was that infrastructure CEOs, deputy ministers, mayors, city managers, construction company CEOs needed to learn how to think much more like technology CEOs, where things happen with a much faster reality, and where the concept of technological leapfrogging is an everyday occurrence. And we can see some of those things, whether it be mobile telephony in India, or whether it be the use of public transit in many of the world's most congested cities. We can see that those sorts of changes are necessary, and we need to think about them. Unfortunately, when we think about change, we almost always think in bricks and mortar terms. If we think about the electrification of vehicle fleets, when do you charge your vehicle? Everyone's mind immediately goes to where you charge and when you charge. And what we see and what we're worried is that we're going to have a massive overinvestment in duplicated charging facilities. And that may end up retarding the adoption or causing the adoption of electric vehicle fleets to be more expensive and slower than it would otherwise be. If we can go to the next slide, we've noticed that borders have truly become real. Now I'm giving you the trends. I'm only going to talk about 5 of the 10 trends we've identified, and happy if you go to the last page, I think, of our presentation, you'll be able to get to the full specific 10. But I'm just going to give you 5 today. 2020 was not a very good year for globalization. In fact, it was one of the worst years on record. Nationalization, national priorities, or local priorities really fought with global priorities. And nowhere was this more evident than when we look at the vaccine itself and how country leaders, how company leaders, how civic leaders behaved with respect to providing security for their nation, their nationality, their locality first. We also saw massive impact on borders, whether it be the speed at which people could cross the border. Imagine for a minute you're trying to maintain a fleet of high-tech equipment in a country, but you can't get your people there. How do you deal with that? Also, we saw ports, airports hobbled by not only a lack of demand, but also hobbled by the prospect of how to deal with infected or potentially infected people. What this talks about and what this tries to get everybody to think about is, again, planning for some resilience, building resilience into our planning models, building resilience into our operating models. No one would have predicted this, but you can see how powerful the impact of borders have become. The next trend is watching how supply networks have evolved. There was a massive impact on supply chains, both in the infrastructure space, but also in the world at large. We can see this morning in the Globe and Mail, the retailer Herschel trying to deal with its goods and seeing how difficult it is. Interestingly, one of the things and one of the techniques we use to assess this is something called dynamic risk assessment, and we'll talk about that. Our predictions last year were that the experience of Herschel were going to be all over the globe, and we expect it to get worse before it gets better. We have to have people thinking about supply strategies. Many of us will remember when the production of Honda Accords was disrupted by floods in Thailand. Just think about how small that one individual issue is compared to what's happened over the last 12 months. What we see is a significant move to reshoring or nearshoring, and Canada's access to the United States market is a very, very important advantage, and we will see that happen. We see higher value goods being made and stored closer. We see lower value goods largely being addressed by increases in inventory levels around major demand markets. So you can expect major cities to be ringed with giant freezer warehouses in order to be able to deal with shocks to the system. However, we also see that supply lines in general are going to get shorter, they're going to get fatter, and they're going to respond, they're going to look much more like a web than an individual line from a very distant, very different place. We're going to see redundancy come into the system. These are issues that in the world of a private equity model for many manufacturing businesses, this is a fundamental shift. It requires more capital, it requires more time, it is much more complex. But in order to withstand shocks, we believe this is a fundamental transition. If we can go to the next trend, resilience has moved way up the global risk list. People used to think of resilience largely around climate and weather related risks. That's part of the equation. It's not all of the equation, and I think we need to remember that. It's interesting. We first got a taste of this in November of 2020 when REST, one of the large Australian superannuation funds, settled a claim with a group of beneficiaries under the plan with respect to how the fund was managing climate risk and how it was exposing itself to and the beneficiaries to risk associated with climate. We will all remember more recently the small dissident shareholder group at Exxon making a big deal and having great success at their annual meeting, putting their case forward. One of the things we see, and we see all over the place, is risk, and particularly risk in relation to issues of resilience, is not effectively captured in either corporate reporting or corporate strategy. And we see organizations looking very similar, but actually having very different risk profiles. We anticipate, following on the G7 recent statement regarding sustainability reporting, we expect that more and more governments will require reporting with respect to climate risk exposure and resilience plans. Now think about this in a world 24 months ago, 36 months ago. This was a concept, but it was quite a theoretical concept. It's real, and it's very real in shareholder terms and stakeholder terms. Moving on to our last of the 5 trends that I'll talk about, Governments are increasingly looking to the private sector as a trusted delivery partner. Now we can see the yin and the yang of this. We can see certain groups in society saying only governments should make vaccines. Look at what a terrible job they're doing. But at the same time, we're actually seeing the private sector vaccine makers delivering, albeit in at times a chaotic fashion, but delivering. And what we're seeing is government needing to develop new ways to express its requirements, new ways to communicate with its people so that we can actually benefit from the creativity that is possible using a private or some third party provider. And the other interesting thing that we're seeing is we're seeing that the ownership of assets and the delivery of service, the link between those two breaking. We're seeing a decline, or we anticipate a significant decline in the use of single purpose facilities. Think for a minute, we may well see the rebirth or the restart of house calls with a physician. Now, they may be digital house calls, but you will see a significant move away from a come and spend 9 hours sitting in your emergency department with your twisted ankle, or spend the time at home and come in only when needed, or only when the triage process actually requires you to do that. Right now, you simply end up in the emergency and you spend time there. Think for a minute about a fully qualified paramedic who also happens to drive an ambulance, driving in a mobile examination room to your home or to the front door of your apartment and doing all the necessary triage to determine whether or not you need to attend the emergency room. I'd now like to take you on the next slide to something that I mentioned earlier called dynamic risk assessment. And this is something that I think is really important. On the next slide, we highlight the two different types of challenges. On the left, we have a traditional approach to risk management. Two-dimensional, the scale of the impact and the likelihood of occurrence. On the right, we talk much more about the interrelationships amongst the risks. And when you look at this way, I would say 99% of organizations' approach to risk is on the left-hand side of the page, and very, very few are on the right-hand side of the page. But when we look at it, it's the connections, the interrelationships amongst those risks that really drive the lived experience of organizations. And that's not to say that our risk management plans didn't do a good job in COVID. They did. They were rocked to their absolute core, but they actually stood up. But if you think about this and think about the knock-on effects that we have seen, whether that be violence in the streets, whether that be lawlessness, whether that be the breakdown of certain governments, all of those things could have been predicted, and in fact have been predicted by this compound approach to risk. It involves not simply a reconciliation or a linear regression of risks against probabilities and that. It actually involves expert elicitation, where we talk about and we actually accept the wisdom of crowds of experts. Now, there's a famous phrase that was in the New York Times saying that any individual expert was about as accurate as a dart-throwing monkey. But when you get a group of experts together, you actually get incredibly accurate outcomes. And on the next slide, we talk about two of the particular issues: the issue of the interconnectedness of risks, things that happen together. And we can see how that and it happens in our everyday lives. And it also, what I'll call the domino effect or the triggering effect. And those two things, if you think about it, and having gone through this for the first time about 18 months ago, it has actually changed how I think about risks and how I think about risks in my own business, how I think about risks in my own life. What's interesting is this type of risk is much more akin to the risks that people assess in the medical field, in infectious diseases and lifestyle diseases. And it is actually a really interesting and really powerful way to think about risk. Now, you don't need a massive computer program to think about this. You simply need to think about the relationships amongst risks and the triggering events that create knock-on effects. Advanced manufacturing in Canada is one of the areas where we see huge opportunities, and we've done a bunch of these, but I just wanted to spend a couple of minutes talking about advanced manufacturing. And it's one where we believe, back to that value, the higher the value, the closer to the market you want to locate. We think that's where we're going to have significant impact on regionalization and the access to the US marketplace becoming increasingly important. And it's interesting because as we looked over the edge of the cliff during the last American regime, I don't think anybody understood the depth of the potential of this. Certainly I didn't. And as we started to talk to the experts about this, access to the Canadian market, access to the US market, and the strength of the Canadian brand became very, very important. If we can skip forward onto slide 12 for a minute, I just want to cover this compound risk or dynamic risk assessment enables us to identify both opportunities as well as risks. And so there is a yin and a yang on each of these. And when we see things that many of us take for granted, and this is the other interesting thing in dynamic risk assessment, some of the things that we all say, well, of course, peanut butter goes with jam or it goes with jelly. Those sorts of things, when they interact with 3 or 4 or 5 other things, tend to have differential impacts, both in terms of velocity as well as impact. And what's interesting is these clusters actually have greater impact, greater speed, and a greater combined probability of occurrence than any individual risk. And you can see that by, in this case, the purple dot and the red dot up above the others. It's interesting. If I was looking at this, I'd say this is Bill Gates 25 years ago. Somehow he was able to put these things together. Well, we can all do this. And what's interesting is a group of experts acting together can actually identify these sorts of issues. What it does is it changes the traditional risk and opportunity seeking behavior into one that really deals with the interconnectedness, and it's incredibly powerful. Risk clusters, again, we see them, and we see things like geopolitical or global bifurcation, the breakdown of trade networks as one of the big risks globally. And we see it together in an interplay with economic uncertainties, which cause people to invest less. Another one, the pursuit of economies of scale, which largely means in today's context, people making things in one particular location or another, as opposed to a more broad-based supply network. And the last thing I'd like to just talk about in this regard is something called risk emitters. And unfortunately, COVID is a marvelous, or maybe fortunately, at least for my speech, COVID is a marvelous metaphor or way to explain this. What we talk about here is the things that trigger multiple other events. And there can be little individual events that somehow don't appear to be interrelated at all, but those are the triggering events. These risk emitters are really, really important. Now, as I get to the end of my discussion, I just want to take us back to the beginning. And I'd ask you the following few questions. We've got several other sectors that we've done, and there are reports that have been commissioned for the Canadian federal government, amongst others, relating to the aviation sector, the agriculture sector, clean tech, as well as the municipal sector. But the questions that I would ask all of you to ask, and these are some of the questions that we ask ourselves as we're preparing our emerging trends. What have I learned about my business through COVID and through the last 18 months? Where did I get surprised? And can I explain why my expectations were so different from what actually occurred? Are the changes that I've observed permanent or transitory? And we think that's going to be a really interesting field of study over the next 18 to 24 months. If you'd told me that I was going to have to lock myself in my house for 18 months 18 months ago, I would have thought you were crazy. I went into my house thinking I had to be there for 2 weeks and then everything would be over. But the longer this has occurred, just think about the retail sector. Everybody's learned how to order things online. Many people who never ever would have done that now are experts. And so we have that transition. Originally, we talked about building things back, and then we talked about building things back better. And then just this week, the G7 issued communiques relating to environmental, social, and governance responsibilities of companies and governments. Massive changes. There are both risks and opportunities that can be identified. And I, for one, am profoundly optimistic about the prospects for the next 24 to 48 months. I think we're going to see massive changes. I think what we will witness, particularly in the healthcare field, will transform how medicine is delivered to the population, how we manage our costs, and how society views healthcare. So to close, I would urge all of you to think about the things that are going on in the background, things that are going on over the horizon. What are the things in my business, not when viewed from today's perspective, but take a walk over the other side, walk forward 24 months and look back. And what are the things I see today, or what from my perspective 24 months from now that I could have seen today? Emile, I hope this has been helpful. Happy to take questions, but thank goodness we're through, or at least on our way through COVID. But it has changed the world, and it has accelerated many, many, many of the trends that would otherwise have come forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen, very much. Certainly, I think it's given us a lot to think about. And just a couple of questions to lead off. You mentioned a number of things that obviously will elicit some questions, but you talked about the need to build redundancy and resilience into supply chains and all facets, I guess, of the process involving companies. And how do you ensure that takes place when a lot of the production sites are across the world, or supply chains involve multiple players? And
well, one of the things that I think somehow got forgotten about 25 years ago was why we got into just-in-time inventory in the first place. And I think if you think about that and where the risks lie, many of the goods that we use in our production operations are relatively low value, relatively low risk. Yes, you have to deal with mass customization of product, but a lot of the risk can be absorbed by simply increasing the inventory levels in a country. This is particularly true for the lower value goods. I think what you will see is people will find secondary sources of supply that are either closer, that in the traditional economic order quantity model of production, that there is somebody that can continue to manufacture 10% of your product or your input in a nearby jurisdiction. Again, I think big opportunity for Canada to be that residual supplier or that emergency supplier in the context of the United States. So I think inventory levels are one. Cost of capital in the world is almost zero. So the fact that you might have 100,000 extra $2 widgets probably doesn't cost you very much. On the high value ones, your strategy should be related to making sure that I have the ability to make it in more than one place. And I think those are the two big things. We're going to see supply webs. We're not going to see supply lines. And the supply lines, the approach to the reduction of capital employed in a business that is part of, quite frankly, and one of the things we make a lot of money helping people look at from a private equity perspective is to drive capital out of the business. We're going to see the need to be resilient come much more up. And I think we're going to actually, it will become an accepted norm. The whole concept of just-in-time inventory will return to exactly why we did it in the first place. And I think somewhere we lost the plot about, somewhere in the last 30 years, we lost the plot about what just-in-time inventory really means.
Okay, great. On the point of risk not being captured in many corporate strategies, obviously risk considerations will be very important right now. Do you feel that there's a risk that as things return to some semblance of normal, that it's an issue that is going to occur again, or is it something that can be addressed on a fairly systematic basis?
I think it can be addressed. The question is, will it be? When you're producing a corporate plan, everybody loves to have one demand line or one price line for it's the major commodities. We actually think you need to think in multiple scenarios across the key dimensions. Most businesses understand the 2, 3, 4 things that ultimately drive the profitability of their business. Those are the areas where we think you need to spend more time. We don't think single point forecasts are necessarily the best way. It's particularly hard when you're in a multi-business environment where you've got half a dozen businesses you're in. But we really do think you need to consider a broader range, not simply we expect oil to be $62 a barrel for the next 23 years. Look at where that's got some of the big utilities. It hasn't necessarily got them where they want to be. So we really advocate this scenario-based planning. Or we run the risk that this is going to happen again. The only problem is it'll be something else that happens, right, and a bunch more businesses will fall over. And so I think it's, what risk do you want to take? If you choose to take that risk, no problem. That's a choice you're making. But we would hope that people would make that choice consciously, not unconsciously. A lot of today's planning systems have made those choices because they were used as simplifying assumptions in a grander scheme. And we think you need to test, what have I learned over the last 12 months, just by way of example, and what was I surprised by? And those are the sorts of things where if you've been surprised by something, it's probably worth a second look.
Indeed. Okay, well, listen, I thank you very much for your excellent presentation. I think we've certainly learned a lot, and there'll be, I think, some good material there for further discussion as we go through some of the other presentations. So let's go on to our second speaker, who's Donald Ludlow, Vice President of the U.S. Division at CPCS. Donald has over 20 years experience of management consulting in transportation strategy, policy, and operations. His assignments have been throughout the US as well as in Canada and in Mexico. And Donald has also a history of a close association with the Transportation Research Board. He'll be speaking to us about freight data analytics, and particularly with respect to addressing some urban freight challenges. So Donald, over to you.
All right, thank you very much, Emile. Can you hear me well, and can you see my screen?
Yes, we can on both
Okay,
accounts.
fantastic. So today I'm going to take you on a bit of a deep dive into new freight data sources and analytics related to supply chains, and related specifically to some of the problems that we see in urban and regional environments. So let me start with a couple of ideas here. First of all, both government and industry are investing in data to optimize supply chains. It's not one or the other, but they're doing it differently. And I'm going to talk about some of those differences today. On the public side, the agencies that own, operate the assets that support freight movement, including ports and airports, they're investing in data and systems that support broad supply chain efficiency and public policy aims. It's in the best interest of the governments, whether it's national governments or local governments, for goods to move smoothly. The logistics industry is also investing significantly in data and technology to optimize freight movements in automation, freight visibility, supply chain resiliency. This includes investments in artificial intelligence, data science, container and vehicle tracking, and customer and shipper transparency. So with that in mind, I'm going to first walk through a number of the top challenges that we see in urban and regional goods movement and how the public sector is largely addressing them. And then I'm going to talk a bit about the private sector as well. A lot of the work that we have done at CPCS has been based in some early research that we did a few years ago for the National Academy of Sciences in the United States, the Transportation Research Board, on understanding and using new sources of data. And there is a corresponding website that is now becoming, like everything in the freight and data space, a little bit dated. So I've updated a number of things that we had found in this study and summarized them for you today. But this is the backdrop as we did that research, as we reached out to public and private sector participants. They really helped identify 5 key freight mobility challenges, all of which were data hungry, data intensive, and required investments in technology and data to derive solutions. So the 5 that we identified were congestion, first of all, at the highway and street level, often at barriers.
Donald, just a sec. Just so that we get the full benefit of this, is it possible to expand the slide to fill the screen so we can see it a little bit better? Because right now it's only taking up a small portion of it.
You know, I'm sorry. This is on my screen. This is as expansive as I'm able to make it go, Emile.
Okay, well, maybe let's see. Maybe our technical support can help us out here. All right. Well,
sure.
Yeah, keep going. We'll.
Okay, I'll keep going. If they find a fix, I would appreciate it. Are you only seeing it on a small portion of the screen?
It's about a quarter of it, but.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Hold on. Any better?
No, that's smaller actually.
That is smaller. Okay, let me try something else.
We can, I understand we should be able to do it on our own screen. So maybe no one else has a similar problem, but.
Donald, try showing it as slideshow. You have it on normal view.
Currently it is on slideshow, Michael. Thank you.
Okay. Scratch that idea.
Right now is the slide. It's on the 4.3. You need to change it on the 16.9, but you need to change all the slides. So I think the best is to continue with this format.
Okay, let's carry on.
All right, I'll carry on. I appreciate your willingness to wade through. I didn't realize this was an issue. It looks great on my screen.
Okay, well, I'm sure we'll still get the full benefit. Don't worry.
All right. I'll just speak clearly, and you can,
yeah, exactly.
You can imagine what we need to imagine here. And I'm sure that they can make the slideshow available after as well.
Sure.
So the second area is first and last mile, and this has to do with having efficient mainline corridors and routing. There's last 50 feet issues. We see these in the urban areas where we get block lanes and complicated kind of curbside issues. There are land use issues where the land uses are not synchronized well with the transportation system, causing higher VMT and circuity. And then truck parking is become a major issue. In the United States, it's actually ranked as the top issue among drivers. So I'm going to walk you through some of the data responses to each of these problems that we're seeing in the market and in the government. Let me start with congestion. it's probably quite small for you to see, but the top bottleneck in the United States, according to the American Transportation Research Institute, which ranks the bottlenecks each year using GPS data, is at Fort Lee, New Jersey, essentially where I-95 approaches the George Washington Memorial Bridge, just north of Midtown Manhattan. This is important because across the United States, we're seeing over 70 billion in congestion-related costs for trucking, billions of hours of lost productivity. The way that both government and private sector are approaching this is by using a combination of sources, including truck GPS, also ELDs, and then location-based services data, including from APIs. That's essentially allowing infrastructure asset owners to research and unlock the bottlenecks, understanding some of the causality, some of the impacts and solutions. The Federal Highway Administration has recently invested also in some diagnostic tools to help policymakers across the United States. This is a small screenshot of the Federal Highway Bottleneck Dashboard, which is open to the public and is interesting to query. You're able to see some of the specific bottlenecks that appear throughout the United States, the tool is really becoming very helpful in helping to standardize some of the key measures and the KPIs for truck bottlenecks. Most commonly, the measure that's being used by the states and the federal government is Truck Travel Time Reliability Index, TTTR. And this tool essentially enables anyone to calculate that and look at that for any segment of the supply chain, highway-based supply chain in the United States. Another place where we really see the bottlenecks is at border crossings. This is a snapshot of Laredo. Laredo, as many of you know, went back and forth with Los Angeles during the pandemic as the top trade gateway by value in the United States. The borders still impose significant supply chain delays. TTI has been using the Border Crossing Information System, which combines a number of different technologies and sensors to read the queue lengths and the wait times to get through the border. The problem is this has only been available at a select number of border locations. Last year, CPCS, along with a broader team, developed some trip chaining algorithms that enabled us to really take a close look at those border crossing estimates for all border crossings along the Texas-Mexico border, all 28, in both directions, both northbound and southbound. In the past, the southbound visibility has not been as good as the northbound. So this is giving governments, bridge operators, concessionaires, carriers, brokers, and others a better amount of visibility in terms of the supply chain delays that they face as they cross the borders through these advanced technologies. On the first last mile side, as we went through the COVID pandemic, one of the things that we heard frequently was that the first last mile was really where a lot of the breakdowns were occurring in the supply chain system. A number of the interviews and consultations and the data that we saw during the pandemic showed there were better than free flow speeds in a lot of the United States as people stayed at home and sheltered in place, and a lot of the normal automobile traffic, especially in urban areas, evaporated. Now that's coming back, and I'm sure we're all starting to feel that. We're seeing it firsthand in the US with most of the country reopening. But we continue to see supply chain breakdowns on those first and last miles reaching ports. There's really two key issues there. There's the facility access challenges related to long queues to enter facilities, and then there's arterial management challenges on the streets leading into those facilities. For the data, we're seeing a wide range of data being applied here to be able to help unlock the last mile challenges. A lot of it, again, is really tracking the trucks with GPS and location-based services data, being able to look at accident and safety data. The solutions that we're seeing are signal prioritization, dynamic management to improve fluidity. This is similar to the kind of signal priority that you would give to emergency vehicles, but during freight surges, Traffic management systems are looking at being able to provide better fluidity. There's also a lot of routing and geometrics that can be improved to get the trucks to the last mile. And this has been a particular challenge as we've seen such an explosion in the amount of warehousing distribution space, including micro fulfillment in the United States. It's really forced a lot of additional new freight onto these last mile linkages, which often are weak. This is a snapshot of a tool that we used along with the Wilmington, Delaware MPO, the Metropolitan Planning Organization, for a statewide study of first and last mile bottlenecks in Delaware. And this enabled the stakeholders, including BCOs and carriers, to highlight issues across the state for potential improvement. On the last 50 feet side, really this is about the loading and unloading zones in cities. And there's been a massive deployment in technology and interest in making this better and improving the loading zone management and understanding the kinds of demands that are on loading zones. Cameras and sensors have been deployed to manage curbside deliveries. Cities are frequently working with new companies, including Coord and other apps, to improve curbside management through reservations. It also presents an opportunity for cities to monetize the curbside in a new way and to gain revenue. So I think we'll see a lot of continued interest in this last 50 feet urban curbside management and the technologies that are needed. Of note, Seattle and Washington, D.C. have been at the forefront at looking at this. Seattle's really conducted the most comprehensive loading zone inventory that we've seen, which positions the city then to deploy the technologies and policies to manage the curbside much more effectively. Washington, D.C., where I'm based, has developed a loading zone allocation model that takes into consideration zoning, freight, trip generation, and other factors to really make good and sound decisions about how those loading zone spaces should be allocated. So this is another really interesting area. Possibly again, if you survey truck drivers in the United States, they will say truck parking, finding a place that's safe, that matches with their hours of service requirements, is the top issue that they face on a daily basis. Many of them spend up to 30 minutes a day looking for parking. It costs the average driver $5,000 to $6,000 a year, and it is a headache. It's a leading tipping point for a driver to make a substitution choice to another industry. There is a mismatch between the priority that the drivers are giving truck parking and the motor carriers. If you survey the motor carriers, it's further down on the list, closer to 9th or 10th. Yet the motor carriers are very concerned with driver retention. So there's some serious interrelatedness here. But what we're seeing now is a lot of new technology coming online to help drivers and carriers and cities and asset managers make better decisions about truck parking. It's very important because there are a number of truck-involved collisions where especially a passenger vehicle will strike a truck that's parked on the side of the road or on a curb side of an off-ramp or an on-ramp. Crowdsourced truck parking data, we are using frequently data from Trucker Path. CPCS has pioneered some methods to utilize the Trucker Path data to allow us to really see where the supply and the demand is. For those of you who aren't familiar with Trucker Path, if you have the app open and you're a driver, and you're pulling into a lot, you can crowdsource the lot utilization by saying it's either full, there's some spaces, or there's no spaces. So we've taken that data to be able to look at that utilization along with GPS data to be able to look at where trucks are parking in undesignated areas. In other words, sometimes less than safe spots. I realize these will be a little bit small, but this is a map of Arizona. You can see the more intense red is equivalent to the parking density spaces per square mile throughout the state. And so this is a first step to really understanding the truck parking. And then a second step, again, is using the pings from the crowdsourcing and the GPS to paint a picture of how the system becomes increasingly overloaded as the day goes on. In most states, when we look at this, 9 a.m. Everything's pretty wide open, but as the day goes on, really by 6 p.m. and then closer to 9 p.m., the spots fill up. By midnight and even 3 a.m., you're seeing some significant crowding and overutilization throughout the state of Arizona. So the state is now using this data to make decisions about where to reopen spots, where to direct the private sector in terms of investment. It's very promising new technology to help unlock this major problem. 2 other points on truck parking. This is a demand curve, and basically it shows that peak demand is midnight to 3 a.m. And this is from Ohio. The demand is constant for turnpike, public and private facilities. And then final thought on truck parking, truck electrification is becoming a big part of the parking as we see additional deployments and fleet conversions. The electrification and having access to that will become a bigger part of the puzzle. We view this as a positive. I know Stephen mentioned there is a possibility of overbuilding the electric charging station infrastructure, and that's clearly true. But it is also offers the potential to improve the community perception of truck parking. Land use is another area, and again, really we've seen so much development, fulfillment centers, micro-fulfillment. An emerging challenge is dark stores. We've noted that in Manhattan, in Los Angeles, Amazon, for example, has converted a number of Whole Foods stores to dark stores. So these basically become mini fulfillment warehouses, and the jury is still out in terms of the impacts on an urban freight environment of micro-fulfillment and dark stores. We have a better idea of what's happening at the major fulfillment center on the urban peripheries. In order to really start to understand this, it's really requiring a combination of data, including business establishment data, land use and real estate records, and then combining all of that with GPS count and sensing data to be able to look at where those deliveries are originating and where they're terminating. The e-retailer Rakuten is also providing data in this space. UPS has evidently provided some data as well in several metropolitan areas to help kind of look at this situation, the land use combination at the urban level. And I think we will continue to see better and better infrastructure and technology in the future as this comes online, and we're able to kind of start to understand and tackle some of these urban fulfillment and micro fulfillment issues. Just a summary of the challenges again: urban congestion, first, last mile, last 50 feet, truck parking and land use, the combination of truck GPS, sensors, cameras, crowdsourced data, business establishment data are helping unlock all of these. Most of these are issues that the private sector is confronted with, but that the public sector has a responsibility as an asset owner or a land use authority in many cases to help mitigate. I do want to shift and talk about a couple of other things. One of them is freight industry applications. We've been talking, or I've been introducing a lot of information about the public sector so far, but on the private sector side, the big investment areas that we're seeing are related to optimization and automation and visibility. On the automation and optimization side, load matching is becoming increasingly common and routine. One of the last frontiers is cross-border load matching. Companies like Forager are making huge strides in aligning the technology and the business envelope ecosystem to be able to deal with that. I'd mentioned curb space management. There's a lot of AI right now looking at pricing and payments and data management. Would note that as artificial intelligence learns more about shipping, the price becomes more accurate. That's what we are hearing from the BCOs and the shipping community. On the visibility side, there's a big push towards better truck and equipment tracking, having full end-to-end visibility of equipment and the containers, payments and rates and demand history as well. This is a small screenshot of the tracking ability of Dray Alliance, which bills itself as kind of a DoorDash or an Uber of drayage in the Los Angeles region. Many of us use FreightWave sonar, which has become a great source from the freight tech world of Chattanooga, Tennessee, to look at rates and demand and history. So much more information. We're being flooded with information, and only through the data management and the AI, I think, will our industry be able to make the right adjustments to really understand and take all of this information into decision making. Kind of looking at this from at a 30,000 foot level, where are we in terms of the data and what it's really doing for us at this point in time? Well, GPS and LBS have become a standard to track movements. Bluetooth and RFID are also common. We do note that vehicle type continues to be a problem. When you purchase GPS data from a data provider, the data are often classified by something we call fleet preponderance, or they're making an assignment to classify a fleet based off of what the majority of the fleet is composed of. For example, if it's a food distribution group that's using a 29-foot truck, the whole fleet may be classified that way. Some other vendors and consultants are using Turing algorithms to classify the trucks, basically looking at the behaviors. We think as the future continues, a combination of having better computer vision, other sensing, LiDAR, Bluetooth, will help unlock some of that, but really, ultimately, we're still missing some of those connections, especially on the public policy side, between the vehicle and the shipment. Really knowing not only where the vehicle is moving, but what it's carrying, what its manifest is. We have a better idea of that in some sense on the rail side through waybill data, but we do not have a full picture of that, especially at the urban and regional level for freight. A couple of notes here on COVID-19 impacts on data and technology. One really key feature here is that we really lack similar historical data from what happened during the COVID period. And I think we've learned a lot from it. We've learned that there's a critical need for detailed real-time data to make immediate decisions. I think you'll see companies investing a lot more, as Stephen mentioned earlier, potentially doing more scenario planning in a more data-rich environment. There's an acceleration of technology and development to enhance resiliency. We've seen an explosion of use of robotics, particularly in warehouses. Machine learning, again, enabling companies to learn on a continuous basis. Blockchain is making paper a thing of the past. And then a big question to ask ourselves as we go forward is, there were a lot of great data collaborations, especially focused on supply chain resiliency during COVID. Will those last? Are those related or limited to crises periods? So hopefully that's not the case. I will mention in closing, for those of you who are interested in diving even deeper on freight data, there is a Freight Data Innovations workshop that the Transportation Research Board sponsors every 2 years. It was delayed last year. Usually it's in Irvine, California, every 2 years. This year it's virtually, but it is in September. And anyone who wants to go deeper and convene with the data wonks, I would highly recommend this. There is some Fortune 1000 representation among the participants and organizers of the group. It's a nice mix of public and private people trying to solve problems. With that, I'll close, see if there's any questions or comments. And I apologize for the technological issue. I think we can probably make this available to anyone who's interested. If Emile is in agreement, we can get that out to you.
Yeah, and the session is being recorded, I think, as everyone is aware. So, Donald, there are a couple of questions and some comments as well. So let me read off some of these points. From Ian McKay, the question is there any trend to use artificial intelligence technology to price truck use of infrastructure to allow more economic allocation decisions?
Yeah, I would say absolutely. The larger, some of the larger trucking companies and BCOs and brokers are using AI to really take a close look at pricing, to look at it historically, to look at it geographically, and to look at it by type of conveyance. And I only think we'll see that increase in the future. In fact, I think there will probably be a day in the not too distant future where you'll be severely disadvantaged without the ability to use AI to make those allocation decisions.
This second question here is from Joshua Davidson of Rails and Ports Media, and it's along the same lines. The question is, how much analysis is being devoted to calculating balance between devoting more space, infrastructure, technology, and capital to rationalizing truck transportation compared to investing in rail?
Okay, well, that's a good question. You know, I think that the industry still has a ways to go before we're doing the best job of optimizing across modes. I think there's been very promising and strong optimization within especially the full truckload industry, the FTL industry, on the domestic side. There are improvements that we're seeing by applying both AI as well as load matching and other kind of integrated services to cross that boundary into being more fully intermodal and having AI get us there. But I believe that the truck, especially the truckload services and even some of the dray surge services are more advanced at this point.
Okay, thank you. From John Coleman, question is, congestion has a useful role in passenger transportation in cities by suppressing runway demand. Car drivers experience the delays themselves. Is there such a thing in freight transportation? The source of demand, consumers don't directly face the congestion consequences.
That's an interesting question. You know, I think in major cities in the United States, typically the congestion is viewed negatively and not necessarily as a demand suppressor. So it's hard to make an argument, especially with the US trucking industry, that there's some type of broader public policy benefit to the congestion. In many circumstances, we hear that the congestion is contributing significantly to local air pollution issues and problems and community impacts. So I think, you know, really what we hear about more than anything is let's keep the traffic moving. Let's make everything greener. Let's move to electrification. And we largely solve both our mobility and our community impact problems. I appreciate the question. I understand it and get it, but it's not a sentiment that I hear frequently among the public or the private sector.
Okay. Don, you spoke about I guess all the new technologies in data analysis, and I think you used the term that in many respects we're being flooded with data. From your experience, is there a risk of a real disconnect here between all this data flooding and you know, the good decisions being made ultimately?
Well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, one of the big challenges on the public sector side and private sector to a certain degree is having people employed in the agencies and in the corporations who really understand more broadly how to manage data flows, how to warehouse it, how to deploy AI. And you know, I think a number of public agencies are really playing catch up to try to get to the point where they're able to handle this kind of data flood. On the private sector side, it's you know, there's a broad spectrum of capability at this point. The larger companies, some of the more tech-oriented companies have been able to scale this much better, but there's a real threat of missing opportunities, of not necessarily being able to pivot correctly to make good decisions from the data. I personally believe it's a combination of having the right data science skills as well as the right intuitive skills from working in supply chains, from working in freight, to understand when you're seeing something And then obviously using computer learning to train the computers to do that as well. But I always believe that there will be a kind of a dual role of human and artificial intelligence in this space. I would note there was a report by Coyote Logistics, which is a subsidiary of UPS. They did a very interesting report on technology and freight, and they prognosticated that in the future, maybe supply chains would be about 60% AI and 40% human. And the rationale there was that AI does so many things and will eventually do so many things better than humans, especially as we're using computer learning to get there, but they'll never replace the human kind of organic problem solving capability and person-to-person client relationship building that is only something that we know humans are capable of doing. So maybe I'm going way too far there with that question. But I had read that recently and found that futuristic view quite interesting.
Thank you, Donald. We're going to end with a comment that's been made by Gregory Mongal. And he says, based on this discussion, he just want to let us know that there's a global project currently on the way. You may be familiar with it. It's the UN Cross-Industry Supply Chain Track and Trace project, which he is a part. The strategy is to properly integrate existing and evolving technologies in the buyer to seller relationship in multimodal transportation, and developing a global standard. It's to increase visibility, transparency, accountability, interoperability, and interconnectivity. I don't know if you're familiar with that particular project.
I am not very familiar with that. I would love to, I'm sure everyone here would love to learn more.
Okay, well, it's the UN Cross-Industry Supply Chain Track and Trace project. And okay, with that, let me thank you very much, Donald. I think that was very insightful comments on your part. I think a lot there for us to reflect on. Our next speaker is Marta Leardi-Anderson. Marta is Executive Director of the Cross-Border Institute at the University of Windsor. As well, she was Executive Vice President of P3 procurement at the Windsor Detroit Bridge Corporation, where she led one of the largest and most complex P3 infrastructure procurement in North America. Marta will speak to cross-border transportation and trade and the building of the Gordie Howe International Bridge. Marta, over to you.
Thank you, Emile. I appreciate that. I took the liberty of changing the approach today after, and I think Stephen alluded to this in his talk, things shift very quickly, as you know, Emile, in our world. And I wanted to capture as much as the current discussion as we are having at the Cross-Border Institute in this presentation as I could. So although I'll focus on the cross-border transportation and trade and infrastructure, I wanted to take the opportunity to talk about some of the lessons that have been learned, not only on the Gordie Howe project, but also in other areas and how we can apply them to what we think at the Cross-Border Institute is probably one of the biggest challenges that we have going forward. Not to say that it hasn't always been somewhat of a challenge, and that is addressing the requirements for new and key infrastructure, connecting the transportation network, aligning with business needs, and getting it done. There seems to always be a whole lot of discussion with all kinds of lead time and very little getting done. So that's something I'll touch on today in this presentation. If we could go to the first slide, please. At the Cross-Border Institute, we focus on the movement of goods, people, services, and funds across international borders. We have a focus on the Canada-US border, of course. It's, if you live in Windsor and Essex County, you cannot but focus on the Canada-US relationship. And one of the things at the Cross Border Institute that we're quite proud of is our traffic lab and the ability to generate something like this. This was produced by the traffic lab analysts at the Cross Border Institute for a study that Dr. Anderson led and did for the Windsor-Detroit Bridge Authority, specifically for the Gordie Howe Bridge project. And when we talk about the movement of goods specifically, there's all kinds of numbers out there and great statistics, but I think this map just speaks so much more to what is actually happening. This is 1 week of truck flows, 50,000 trucks, 1 week. And as Dr. Anderson, who's the director of the Institute, and we're not related, by the way, likes to say, if there was a geographer from Mars that was looking at this, you could not identify where the border is. And of course, if folks are having a hard time finding the border, you can see that where the dark line goes all the way down to that little dot in Essex County. If I had an arrow, I could point it out to you. But it's very difficult to find where the Canada-US border is. Why is that? And this is, I think, the interesting part about how our integrated economy works. And, you know, Stephen, again, was the benefit of being not the first speaker is that you can use other people's comments, and I will do that. So Stephen was talking about supply lines as opposed to a net. I think what we see here is this netting of supply lines, the netting of movement of trucks that utilizes the transportation network that probably begins at the Port of Montreal, utilizes the 401 highway system, crosses, in this case, the Ambassador Bridge, and then disperses through an interstate network throughout the United States. So why does this matter? Why am I fixated on this map? Next slide, please. Because I think it demonstrates exactly, again, what Dr. Anderson has said and what we believe at the Cross Border Institute, that the infrastructure that is put in place is not only about meeting the immediate needs, it's about creating the possibility of other things to happen in the future. And we may not know what those things are. Lots of times we're quite surprised by what happens when you have a very efficient transportation network and key infrastructure placed in the right places. The only reason the Ambassador Bridge, or one of the main reasons I should say, the Ambassador Bridge currently sees so much automotive traffic is because it was built where it was built. And the businesses started utilizing a system of pretty efficient transportation to move goods across that border. And that's where you saw a building up of what is fondly in our neck of the woods here referred to as this hub of advanced and automated manufacturing. But what is very exciting, and I think, you know, I'll speak about this a little bit as I go forward, what we've seen during COVID is that we need to start making decisions that augment not only the Canada-US integrated economy, but how we also trade with the rest of the world. Lots of work goes into, as I said in the opening comments, lots of work and effort, public and private, both sides, goes into examining the needs of business when it comes to transportation, examining the needs of citizens across a country, especially as vast as Canada, where we have a relatively small population, for our geography. But what we have found at the Institute is that in order to keep what we have and grow what we have from an economic perspective, we need to start engaging at a different level and in a different way. And I want to use this opportunity to talk about some of the most current discussions we've had with the private sector and about their experiences in the past year. And specifically, what we have been doing is engaged in the preliminary scoping of a study with the Advanced and Automated Manufacturing Cluster here in Windsor and Essex County. And as many of our participants know today, this industry, this part of our economy, although clustered in certain parts of the country, is quite a dynamic industry across the country. And the way in which it has integrated into the US economy and occupied and procured its own market segment and market share is really quite impressive, taking into consideration that a lot of these companies are really small and medium-sized companies. So what have we heard? What have we heard from this cluster? We've heard that the movement of people is key to their success. And in order to keep that part of our economy growing, that automated and advanced manufacturing sector growing, we need to understand how intimately the movement of people accompanies manufacturing. Why is this important? Well, if we recall, during the absolute need to do something about our frontiers, our borders, during the COVID crisis, the federal government made a decision that there would be a list of essential workers. How that decision was arrived at, I certainly don't know, and I won't pretend to know. But we do know this, that although manufacturing was labeled as an essential service to the country, somehow somebody forgot that, or perhaps they didn't know, that the movement of people along with this activity was key to keeping things operating and to keep this segment of our economy growing and to keep what they already had as far as contracts were concerned. Leads me to talk about the market share challenge. I'm quite sure folks in this conference understand the challenge for small and medium-sized businesses in acquiring market share, especially in the United States. So what has happened to this segment over the last year is, unfortunately, because of the inability to move people across the Canada-US border efficiently, they've lost market share in the US. And we all know that what happens when you lose market share, usually the big players come in and gobble that up. Why is this important? Next slide, please. When we talk about creating and augmenting the transportation network and looking at where key infrastructure should be placed, we have a lot of experience in that area. And one of the things that I think in the public sphere, when governments are making decisions, whether it's about how to operate a border, whether it's about placing new infrastructure like the Gordie Howe Bridge project, or whether it's about augmenting a transportation network, we could avoid a lot of mistakes and get things done if we were to apply some of the things that we learned during the Gordie Howe Bridge project itself. And I sum it up by saying there was a lot of dialogue. We looked at a lot of data. We talked about a lot of details. We got in the weeds all the time. We had some more dialogue, and then we repeated the process. We eventually got to making decisions because we were on a timeline, and we had made commitments to the private sector, and the government had made commitments to the voting public. Lots of times what you'll hear in the decision-making process is that it's complicated. Yes, nothing could have been more complicated than the decision-making process for the Gordie Howe Bridge project. When I joined the project back in 2013, it was at a time when the Crown Corporation was just getting stood up. I was the number 2 hire after the CEO. And the challenge was, how do you bring together a number of interested groups and get them all understanding that there are a number of issues that need to be dealt with in order, in our case, to simply put together a request for proposals out to the private sector. Imagine 2 countries, municipal, federal, state, provincial governments, all kinds of laws, legislation, acts. Your project partners, in our case, the Michigan Department of Transportation, Federal Highways Administration, the Governor's Office, Infrastructure Canada, Transport Canada, and then there were, other interested departments and agencies, not to forget our beloved central agencies in the Federal Public Service of Canada, the Privy Council Office, Finance Canada, the Treasury Board, multiple stakeholders, CBP, CBSA, and let's add to this community interest. For a long time, I think communities, especially those that host key infrastructure, had not felt that they had been heard during the process of deciding where infrastructure was going to be placed or how transportation systems were going to be augmented. Certainly during the building of the Herb Gray Parkway, there was a great interest in engaging communities in that process. We took on the Gordie Howe project a very keen interest in hearing from communities, and my former colleagues, some of which are still at the Bridge Authority, are still doing an enormous job and an exceptional job in engaging the community in decision making, which is absolutely a key to any successful infrastructure project. We also had a directive, and the minister at the time told us all, senior executives, to get her done, which, is interesting when you take a look at the lifeline, the life of the whole project that was probably from inception to getting the Crown Corporation up and running and getting the RFQ and RFP and the contract signed was probably close to, I don't know, 15, 20 years. So the concept of get her done was sort of, sure, we can do it, and let's try to do what we can. And I think the government did an exceptional job. The Canadian government did an exceptional job at providing the tools and the wherewithal to do that. And this leads me to the next slide. How do we apply what we did on the Gordie to understanding and making better decisions when it comes to the augmentation of transportation systems and infrastructure? And what we did was absolutely, it was a teamwork approach. And we built what I refer to as the anticipated framework for getting things done. And those who know me, I always say this: process matters. How you get from here to there, how you get from an idea or a theory to putting wheels on it and roaring it down the highway is sometimes a very big gap. But what we did was actually take a look at what was anticipated. What did people expect? What did government expect? What did the US government expect of this project and the process itself. And what we learned very quickly was, if we had to build it, in some cases we had to, because we didn't have a reference point specifically for things like acquiring property in the state of Michigan, acquiring the right of way. Although the state of Michigan was quite familiar with how it works. The challenge was, how do you do that with a Canadian partner that is also involved in the decision-making and the approval process? And one of the things we found was that we had to engage differently. We had to build a process that was different than anything we had seen before, but borrowed from the best examples within government, within different agencies on both sides of the border. We engaged in a dialogue. If I were to tell you that the dialogue happened all day, every day, I wouldn't be exaggerating. And we engaged in the dialogue at every level. We were prepared. We were prepared with the knowledge, even if it wasn't our specialty. We were prepared to share with our colleagues, and the details of that information mattered. We made small decisions, the incremental decisions that needed to be made as we worked through the big challenging pieces were critical. We didn't have time to bang out the details, get to the big decision, and walk up the questions all day long. It just wouldn't have worked. We would still, in my estimation, still be trying to work through the procurement process. We weren't afraid to change up the team composition. And I say ouch because sometimes we had to excuse some of our colleagues from the table because we lived by a rule. If you were going to come to the table, come prepared, know your stuff, and be prepared to make an incremental decision. If you're not going to do that, please, you're going to be excused and we're going to replace you. Milestones matter. You can't move a milestone and readjust your timeline and say you're on time. Does not get things done. If you miss a milestone, you have to go double back and make sure that for some reason you either meet it or you couple it with something else. But the bottom line is you have to meet the gates. Building trust is an interesting thing. And again, I reflect on what Stephen was saying, and even Donald in what he was saying as well, about the ability to use technology in decision making. But what you lose is that I would say human touch. You can't build a relationship without talking to people and without building the trust. And you do that by doing what you say you'll do. You make information available in real time, and you listen to the feedback. And then you start again. You start the whole thing over again. And what's important about this approach is that we think at this juncture for critical decisions to be made going forward on how to build back better, how to do things better with other considerations, especially at border crossings when decisions actually were made, I think, with a lack of the most critical information required. And that could be for many reasons. One of the things that I believe is that we do need that ongoing dialogue, and we need that continuing education. And next slide, please. And using an approach like we used at the Gordy to create a new process, to engage differently, to understand that if we didn't get it right, we weren't going to get it done. I think those best practices and lessons learned can be applied to decision making as we go forward. We now get to realign and readjust some of the things that we would never have learned or known if it wasn't for COVID. So the idea that we could get a process that defines a level of commitment by both the private sector and government and define the work that's required through the process is key to getting the decisions made that are the right decisions for the future economy. And I would say a continuously integrated economy between Canada, the US, and Mexico. There is a reason why so much effort and time was put into renegotiating the USMCA. It wasn't because people didn't have anything better to do. It's critical to the growth of our economy and to segments of our economy, like automated manufacturing and advanced manufacturing. So again, I just want to reiterate that applying what we learned through a very significant infrastructure procurement process like the Gordy to further decision making that has implications for transportation networks, infrastructure, and cross-border activity, I think is a really cool way to start engaging private sector with the public sector on how to have that ongoing dialogue. Has to happen all the time. It cannot happen just on a quarterly basis. It cannot happen on a bi-monthly basis. It has to happen all the time. And the gaps have to be understood. The gaps in knowledge need to be understood. And again, I'll refer back to Stephen. If we don't know what we don't know, but certainly if you put together a number of experts around the table with the practitioner, then we start to understand what it is that we don't know. And from a public service perspective, from a government perspective, wouldn't it be great if we could build within government those areas of expertise where the federal officials could engage in this continuous dialogue in a career-long learning in a specialized area. And lastly, decisions need to be made in real time. The data collection and analysis, back to I think something Donald referred to, needs to happen in real time and by various sources. What we've learned at the Cross Border Institute and talking with members of the manufacturing sector is that, yes, there's data out there, but it seems to be generated by the same sources. Wouldn't it be interesting if we took a look at some data and analyze that data that's being collected by perhaps not the usual sources? And what further information could we gather from that? What knowledge could we apply to the decision-making process that today we just don't have? So Emile, I hope this has provided some food for thought for folks today, and happy to answer any questions.
Well, Martha, absolutely, it certainly has. I think it was most interesting to get some insights into your experience with regard to the Gordie Howe project. You spoke about sort of getting both the public and the private sector, I guess, on the same page and towards certain levels of commitment. Did you find the approaches dealing with the private and the public radically different, or was there some commonality there?
There was a lot of commonality, Emile, and that's good, right? Not having to recreate a separate process for engagement is always a good use of everybody's time. But I think one of the things that we found as well is that government is not private sector is not government. And in order to speak to government, it's always a good idea to have somebody who understands how decision-making is done within government, and have the same expertise on the private sector side, and then find a way to bridge that discussion. Because without both members at the table, the decision-making process gets dragged out. You miss information, and the communication kind of goes like this. So yeah, I would say that that if on the Gordy, what was part of our success is that we had discussion tables that were quite full of folks from the private sector, from different government agencies, both on the US and Canadian side. And when we engaged in the commercially confidential meetings through the P3 process, again, it looked like a Cecil B. DeVille movie. It was a cast of thousands, but it was a great discussion. And it allowed private sector to hear from government, government to hear from private sector. And I would say it produced a document by way of a project contract that reflected the concerns and the needs of both.
Okay. I'm sure it must have been quite daunting to have the multitude of government agencies and private interests sometimes. Martha, there's a couple of questions I'd like to get to. The first one, Paul Miller, what is the current status of the Gordie Howe project? Are shovels in the ground? Is there an estimated date for delivery?
Actually, Paul, I just saw a notice, I think it was earlier this week or late last week, a message that said that actually it was, I think, from the CEO of Bridging North America, the team that was contracted and won the procurement, that they fully anticipate a 2024 opening and that there's significant progress on the project. And if you take a look at the Windsor Detroit Bridge Authority website, and I don't know if there's an equivalent Gordie Howe International Bridge Project website, but I certainly know that if you go to the WDBA website, they have great videos in lapse time that shows the construction of the footings. So it's kind of neat stuff that you can see there.
I'm sure. There's a comment from Jacques Rochon, who you may know. Jacques worked at Transport Canada for many years, and he just wishes to indicate that the project to add a new bridge between Windsor and Detroit started in 2000. Actually, I'm familiar with some discussions that actually occurred before that, but Transport Canada, between Transport Canada, the Ontario Ministry of Transportation, Michigan Department of Transportation, and there was generally agreement on the terms of reference of a joint environmental assessment. So yeah, just about.
Thank you, Jacques. Yes.
Just about a generation.
And again, I mean, you know, some of the discussions we have with our network of colleagues, specifically on infrastructure in the US, is that long lead up time of discussion. And of course, lots and lots of it is required, especially when you're talking about environmental assessments. But I think there's also a desire to not duplicate efforts. And I remember quite vividly those discussions when I was in the public service myself about how we could reduce that duplication with regard to federal versus provincial environmental assessments. And then of course, if you're doing it cross-border, we have to remember, in this case on the US side, there was their own specific environmental process and requirements as well. So thank you for that, Jacques.
Martha, thank you very much. That was fascinating. We'll move on to our final speaker, Michael Sussman, Chairman and CEO, Strategic Rail Finance, where he coordinates financing of rail-related projects across Canada and the US. Michael is also president and founder of On Track North America, which is a nonprofit affiliate of Strategic Rail Finance and a sponsor of our conference today. Michael will speak to the importance of multi-stakeholder collaboration in transportation infrastructure projects. And let me just mention that we're grateful to Michael for taking the time out of his family vacation to be with us today and to give us the benefit of his insights. So Michael, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Emile. Thank you for everyone. I particularly enjoyed everyone's presentations, and Marta, I want to tell you that you've inspired me to start my presentation at the end because of your calling for new forms and methodologies for stakeholder collaboration. And people that know me know that I'm out to solve the greatest challenges that we have. And when I say that, I mean we, I mean society, and I mean civilization. There's no amount of money put one way or another toward rail or trucks or roads or bridges or supply chains that are going to get us where we need to go to have a sustainable world that works for everyone if we don't address the primary core problems that we are faced with now. You know, Einstein believed the quality of the solution you generate is in direct proportion to your ability to identify the problem you hope to solve. And I took on 26 years ago solving the problem we have of orienting around competition for individual gain, including how we invest capital into infrastructure systems. Well, when I found out that railroads were 1/10 the annual revenue of the less efficient mode of moving freight over land, roads and trucks, I thought, well, that's an interesting point of observation for how we've organized ourselves as a society and a civilization. And many of the folks on this webinar know me and know that I speak about railroads a lot. And they also know that I speak about balanced transportation. That the point isn't to have railroads in place of trucks. The point is, can we speak about it in a conscious way and set out the future as each speaker has actually pointed to? At this moment, we have a severe need to be not just predicting the future and reacting to it, but actually thinking about and conceiving of the future that we want to bring forward. So let me go right to the solution, and if I can share my screen here and take you to what we are launching really as we speak. My co-chairs are Dan Elliott, the longtime former chair of the Surface Transportation Board, and Jim Hecker, former chair of the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. And this was born out of my observation that while there's so many times that we hear, oh, we need to have a national conversation, you know, about gun control or about police reform. And I always wonder, well, where exactly would we have that national conversation? The media, the courts, social media, and there's really no shortage of intelligence. One of the things that I saw from going to Washington starting in the mid 1990s, 27 years ago, and meeting with 175 House offices and 68 Senate offices, is that there's no shortage of intelligent people. And that's in the private sector and the public sector, in agencies and in elected positions. There's no shortage of intelligence. And most importantly, there's no shortage of caring for each other and altruism. And I'll speak to that when I talk about our work and what we demonstrated in Nevada. So this is an organized system for convening large group multi-stakeholder dialogue. And I'll speak more about the technology that we've developed in concert with world leaders in collaborative dialogue, collective intelligence, and online engagement and stakeholder engagement. But you can see here, these are sort of our selection. And Marta, you'll see cross-border USMCA coordination. This one, rail management, rail labor relations, has come about in collaboration with rail industry labor leaders and management executives. And when you go to each one of these dialogue agendas, it asks the kind of inquiry-based, or sets the agenda as an inquiry-based outline of really the most important questions that need to be asked and answered. So I thought I'd go to this before I go to my presentation, where I'll be first taking us into some reality checks on what's actually happening out there in the transportation world. What's going on? And I have to say, I'm no guy in a diner about this. I've stood up infrastructure projects in 45 US states and 3 Canadian provinces, and interacted with government leaders at all levels. And the thing that I've concluded, and I carry the flag for, is that it really is time to take competition and put it where it really belongs, back in the 19th century. It's time at this moment to step into whole new levels of collaboration. And when we say collaboration, let's just look at some of the problems that there are with competition, which is really the overarching force in not only commerce, but relations between counties and states and regions and countries. And isn't supply chain coordination and moving goods and freight and commodities around the globe the ideal place to demonstrate how much we can accomplish if we let go of competition and step into collaboration? And the problem with competition is that it leads all folks based on their the compensation regimes that we've set up to focus on individual gain. So even when people get together for meetings, conferences, to work out infrastructure, which, as we know, takes enormous amount of coordination among many actors, when you have everyone focused on their own return, and you just can't get that far, and it really even impacts how people show up in meetings, whether it's a town hall meeting or a one-on-one meeting. And of course, this is no way to organize an infrastructure system. It might be fine for beer or toothpaste, or not for infrastructure. So in our observation of transactions, and we're up close to capital transactions, public and private sector, what we see, I think I'd get a lot of agreement here, that we've got an ongoingly increasing transactional cost of mistrust. And there's just no way we can document or prevent or securitize our way to produce effective infrastructure when the basic context of how folks are relating is around mistrust. And as I say, it's time to shift from antitrust to trust in commerce, government, and investment. How does this show up in transport planning? It shows up as planners and economic developers and business people working in silos. It shows up as public agencies adopting consultants' plans that are not actionable, not commercially relevant. And that's a pretty significant problem today, because consultants really have a key role in how government interacts with the private sector and gets its information. And these ineffective plans fail to attract private sector investors. We know that there's trillions of dollars in the hands of the infrastructure investment in private sector and private equity groups. It's particularly not flowing to sustainable system-wide investment strategies. Within any state or region, you have various entities representing a county or an agency or one party or the other, appealing to their federal government or national government for funding for individual projects, not a systems approach in that region. And then as we've increasingly moved toward a freight system that carries freight through regions and not serving regions. I'll speak to that in regards to Nevada. And nearly every region is logistically challenged. What does this mean for most regions? Let's get down into even more detail. We have truck and rail services are not coordinated. And let me say something about that. In the I don't know the mileage, the rail mileage in Canada, but in the United States, there was about 270,000 rail miles in about 1915. And, we wanted to create a road system so that we could bring goods, to the railheads. And the trucking industry was in its nascent stage. And in true Western competitive commercial approach, we pitted the road and the trucking industry against the railroad industry, rather than taking advantage of the opportunity. We already had a well-developed rail network. How do we coordinate these to the best effect? And we're still suffering from that lack of coordination. And make no mistake, we're also suffering from a highly truck-centric economy, and increasingly truck-centric. The rail network is shrinking and dwindling in its local direct and short haul service. Inland rail service to ports and vice versa is inadequate. Of course, many rail lines have been abandoned. We're down in the United States to about 135,000 miles. Nothing's changed about rail as a technology, just what we've adopted as a society. And we have fragmented access to both local markets and distant markets. And these logistics shortcomings are a big part of the barrier to investment in sustainable industrial development, which is most important at this moment. Supply chains, as we've just seen, are proving to be fragile during national emergencies. We all know what's happening in the world, right now as we speak. And neither the marketplace or government alone can advance regional supply chain strategies. As Marta clearly expressed, it's time for the government and public sector to be able to interact with the private sector around whole systems thinking and planning in everyone's best interest. Now, 2 years ago, we were asked by the Nevada Department of Transportation. I'm just trying to move that over there. And we were asked by Nevada DOT to do something different. They needed to hand in a state rail plan to the US DOT. And we had the terrific opportunity to travel 3,000 miles around the state and interview and sit down with over 400 stakeholders and do a deep data analysis on not only rail freight, but truck freight, pinpoint every truck served business in the state and every rail served business in the state. And these are the key conclusions. This is how pitting modes, states, businesses, corporations against each other. This is how it looks for a modern society, a modern state, in a modern country, in an advanced country. And I don't know which one of those data points is more telling. And I know in the US, almost every state has a similar story to tell. It's not often just illuminated this clearly. And there's a major problem. There's lots of problems to this, but one of the problems is that this traffic that we're seeing, which is so much truck traffic, is coming from California and the ports into a burgeoning number of warehouses being built in Nevada. They're being built just due east and south of Las Vegas and east and north of Reno, which means that trucks are coming from California, going in through the two most populated areas of Nevada into mega warehouses. And then the goods are coming out of those warehouses and going back through the two most populated areas of Nevada, back into congested and populated California. 70% of every truck in Nevada moving on it anywhere in the state is coming from or going to California. And that freight that part of the freight system, like so many other parts of the North American freight system, has developed and evolved and continues to as we speak, with essentially no one at the helm. That's not going to do. So we laid down in Nevada a model for collaborative infrastructure development, where stakeholders throughout government, business, and the community came together. And what is typically a lengthy and often ignored planning process transformed into fast-paced action planning. And what's most important, as I pointed out in the 600-page Nevada State Rail Plan, is that whereas in every other state rail plan that gets sent into USDOT and almost never read again, we stayed in dialogue with the state of Nevada and emphasized the need to collaborate with California and Utah, since close to 100% of the rail traffic and truck traffic in Nevada is coming from or going to Utah. The state has engaged our nonprofit On Track North America to bring forward the California, Nevada, Utah Supply Chain Alliance. This, as far as we know, is the first time a contract has been let to implement a state rail plan. So the things that are unique about this are that we interacted with all relevant stakeholder groups, not just some, and not just Clark County, but all counties in the state, not to rank projects, but to include all projects, all regions. So we generated 8 regional commercially relevant action plans and gathered the stakeholders into 8 teams. We aggregated, because we spoke with just about every mining company and every landowner, we have done the initial aggregating of business needs in the corridor and regional infrastructure plans. Interestingly, the Class 1 railroads mentioned that because they feel they're so constricted by confidentiality agreements, they don't actually speak to more than one business about any other nearby businesses who also may be able to share in the expense and operations and management of new infrastructure. So it occurred to us that the state of supply chain planning and efficiency has really built around individual company supply chains. So we met so many businesses that are in mining or mining supply or mining materials processing. The state had already identified that they wanted to move up the value chain by building new processing facilities in the state. So it occurred to us that, well, what if we mapped out the entire mining materials supply chain, where the materials are coming from, how they're getting there, what are the facilities along the way, how's the final delivery happening, what are the mines producing in terms of waste material, byproducts, or processed material, that we could take that map of the whole supply chain and drive it toward efficiency, shared assets, shared suppliers, of course, resiliency, lowering the environmental impact. And we tested this idea by going to the companies and asking them, how would they feel about this idea of building an entire industry's supply chain together? And every single business said, we're in. We hadn't thought of that before, but that sounds pretty interesting. And yes, we'd be interested in sharing resources, assets, infrastructure, and our logistics data. The other thing that we did was met with landowners, land developers, realtors, all the entire economic development community of the state, and the private sector, the land use planners. And everybody liked the notion of integrating thinking and planning for transportation and railroads and energy lines and energy corridors. Everybody got behind it. Let's go through the benefits. Of course, we're going to improve supply chain efficiency and reliability. We're going to lower the environmental impacts of logistics. So important. You do this with rail, and trucking can be useful too, but in Nevada, it happened to be heavy aggregates and mining materials and supplies coming in. And the degree to which you have rail available for short haul, which it's not now, you can cluster value-added processing and manufacturing and recycling. And what we know is that in developing countries, moving up the value chain, beneficiating the economy, of course, contributes to the overall well-being of a developing country. That same thing applies to every region in North America. You expand the market reach for shippers this way. The opportunity to connect each Class 1 railroad in a state or a region where they lay down their competitive elbows and come together to provide dual rail service, bring their market reach from their networks to a region's shippers to receive goods and ship goods. In Nevada, it happens that for all practical purposes, even though Burlington Northern Santa Fe has service rights in North Nevada, for all intents and purposes, they're barely present. And that has to do with the competitive nature of the relationship between Union Pacific and BNSF. Wouldn't they all do much better if rail as a network was more attractive to shippers? So when you have system strategies like this, private sector infrastructure investors who want to do repetitive investments, they want to learn a system or a type of project and invest capital. And of course, so much of our orientation was that when it comes to infrastructure, when you're grounding your plans in commercial opportunities that are within the businesses that are in a region, now you've got profits to drive infrastructure development, and you've got the basis for bringing in private sector infrastructure investors. You can't fund a transformation or a significant build out of an infrastructure system with public sector funding. There just isn't enough. You have to be thinking of it, public sector funding, as seed finance. So I just wanted to cover a little bit about the teleconference methodology that we use at the North American Freight Forum, will be using. This is an approach to make large group multi-stakeholder dialogue efficient. It occurs online. There's no need for travel. It has an asynchronous design, which accommodates participants' individual schedules. It's a call and response, not everyone having to read what everyone else says. We call this a high touch methodology. It uses a facilitation team that synthesizes the input and sends out a digest to the participants so that the like-minded thoughts and perspectives are grouped and the outlier perspectives are grouped. But instead of being outed or moved down the value chain, the facilitation team interacts with the outliers to determine if maybe that's where the gold that the group needs to shift over to appreciating. And you do that with a people-oriented methodology. And we find that this amplifies a group's intelligence just so rapidly, so efficiently. It's just a beautiful thing to see. And this approach, when you use inquiry-based dialogue, it brings forward new ideas and solutions, and you find that the vested interest in political posturing is barely existent. And there's other ethical standards that we set that prevent any vested interest from having control of the dialogue. And just mentioned there, we've been using a tailored distance learning program when we've done in teleconferences up till now, including the whole state of Nevada. And we're in the process of seeking underwriting for the development of our customized platform that's going to really enable this to sing at a very high volume level. And I talked about the North American Freight Forum, where we'll be gathering industry professionals, government together, not afterwards, but in the process, and all types of community representatives. We're asking the most important questions for supply chain efficiency. And this clearly leads to action-oriented thinking and solutions, not just more reports and studies. And freightforum.org is where you can not only learn more about it, but take your stand that it's going to happen. This is going to happen through collaboration. And that's really the invitation that I have for all of you, is to step into really the most important question and conversation that we have of all others. And that's, how are we going to work together for the common good? How are we going to restructure our society and our civilization? How are we going to bring efficiency to the fore and profitability from efficiency? And so I invite everyone listening to stand with us. It really is the only way that we're going to see a kind of bright future that I know we all want. I think that's it, Emile. I'm pleased to speak with everyone.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Listen, you advanced some interesting concepts and approaches there. Just a question with regards to some of the points that you made. You talked at one point about how companies have individual supply chains, and at the same time you spoke about sort of planning on a multi-state and regional basis involving multiple stakeholders. From your experience, did you find that there was a lot of conflict of interest or resistance in trying to advance sort of those different parameters?
It's a great question, Emile. When we were interacting with major infrastructure planners in Utah, and they asked, well, Michael, you're so active in Nevada. How are you not going to have conflicts of interest if you're advising us in Utah? And I said, well, I'll say to you the same thing I've said to our clients in Nevada. Are you committed to only building in Nevada what should be built in Nevada, and not building in Nevada what should be in Utah? And I say to you, Utah, are you committed to only building in Utah what should be in Utah and not in Nevada? And there's no conflicts of interest when you're thinking and relating around trust. It's only when we've brought forward antitrust that now you have to look askance at everybody's vested interest. And of course, we want to be thinking across multiple regions and industries. And what I found, Emile, in speaking the same conversation, one after another, I really did the count. It's 99% of the people responded. Well, I wasn't thinking about that before. Wasn't the direction I was heading, but I really like the sound of that. And I want to have my business activity make a difference. I want to have my intellect make a difference. So I'm with you. So I think, Emile, that's the most heartening thing that came out of this experience in Nevada is people really want to be coming together. They want to do the right thing.
Right. Question from Ian McKay. How would you convince a Class 1 railroad that dual service is good for them?
Yeah. you know, we know the Class 1 railroads are beginning to look at how are they going to do something about market share. And what's been missing is the viable business models and new approaches where they can see that there's capital that can be flowing to their industry. So we have a comprehensive business savvy invitation to the Class 1 railroads. And in our for-profit side of the house, mainly I'm speaking to you with my nonprofit voice, but it's all coordinated. We're advising Class 1 railroads on major infrastructure projects around the country. And it's just fascinating to see how many individuals within the Class 1s really want to see what we're talking about here.
No doubt. There's a question here from CVAC board chair. There's no name attached to it, but it says, Michael, how are you structuring your collaboration efforts to avoid conflict under antitrust legislation?
That's a question that I've engaged in with antitrust lawyers and you know, when you ask questions, when you convene folks in a transparent manner, and you provide the dialogue agenda that is only oriented toward the common good, there are no antitrust issues. If we were having dialogues that were for some vested interest, it would be a different story.
Right. Okay. Well, Michael, thank you very much, and thanks again for taking time out of your vacation to join us and provide some very interesting approaches to dealing with things. You know, clearly, all four of our speakers provided some, I think, certainly useful insights and perspectives on different dimensions of a very complex and broad subject. Just by way of a quick recap, I think from Stephen, we heard that the new reality requires that we look past the immediate complexities of the pandemic and identify some of the long-lasting trends so that we're better positioned to deal with them. From Don, I think we gained a better understanding on how we can use some new data sources and new technologies in the face of challenges, particularly affecting urban freight, but not exclusively. Martha gave us the benefit of perspectives gained from her extensive experience in the governance of trade and transport projects, and her work, of course, at the Cross-Border Institute. And finally, from Michael, we gained a deeper appreciation of how public and private sponsors can achieve better results through enhanced collaboration. And I guess the converse to that is that the lack of such collaboration could hinder and result in less than optimal supply chains. So with that, I want to thank all our speakers for taking the time to be with us and to help us gain a much better understanding of a very complex subject. And thanks to our audience for your presence and your participation, your questions and comments. So this ends our session today. Please join us tomorrow, beginning at 11:30 Eastern Time for Module 3, Redesigning the Supply Chain, which would be followed by Module 4, Innovation and Technology Developments. So with that, thanks again to our speakers, and I bid everyone all the best. Thank you very much.